If it's one thing that I don't want to say change, that you feel that can help the WNBA's game out.
Help the game out. Okay, so I think the game is looking great. I think it's evolved great. I believe that player for player, players are more talented, faster. You can see they're getting that individual training, ball handling skills, shooting.
Please
the
enjoy
game is
these
phenomenal. I
clips
thought they
from
played at a
last
high
week.
level. I'm very proud of them. I support the WNBA still. I will always, but the WNBA is rocking. What could we have more? I mean, I just think, from a salary standpoint, it'd be great for the women to be able to make more money. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of hard work. I think I saw something that said, like, one player that makes maybe $12 million on an NBA team could cover the whole WNBA salary.
Yeah, that's insane.
So that's kind of like crazy. And again, we're what, 26 years young, so it's not like we're comparing ourselves to the NBA, but I do feel like the pay gap would be something that, we could just take a donation around the NBA. Maybe one night y'all don't go to the casino.
I have something on this, though, because it pisses me off. It pisses me off because I don't think there's anyone in America that supports the WNBA more than NBA players.
100%.
The NBA players support the WNBA like
the most.
More than we probably support the NBA. And it bothers me.
The number one supporter that we have, you guys never focus on, and that is the NBA players.
If it's one thing that I don't want to say change, that you feel that can help the WNBA's game out.
Help the game out. Okay, so I think the game is looking great. I think it's evolved great. I believe that player for player, players are more talented, faster. You can see they're getting that individual training, ball handling skills, shooting. The game is phenomenal. I thought they played at a high level. I'm very proud of them. I support the WNBA still. I will always, but the WNBA is rocking.
I don't know if you guys know this, but the WNBA actually loses money. Shocker, I know. They lose an average of about $10 million per year ever since they started. So how is it that they're able to keep going as a league and pay their players? Well, that would be the NBA. The only reason the WNBA even exists is because of the profits that the NBA has made. So when you hear statements like, men should show more support for our league, just donate your salaries, it's no big deal, skip a couple nights in the casino. Don't you think that's a little entitled, considering the whole reason they're able to make any money at all and even play basketball is because of the NBA players making the profits they do? Even when they show support, NBA players get blasted for it. That's what happened to Andre Iguodala. When he complimented Aerial Powers, she not only told him to keep it to himself, but she also tried digging up old tweets from his past to cancel him. That's right, she tried to ruin his career just because he complimented her by number and not by name.
Folks in the room,
Let's also
baby.
not forget when Luka Doncic got blasted for wearing a WNBA jersey to show support for the Dallas team. The point is, NBA players can't win. If they show support, they're seen as egotistical, self-centered, and trying to make everything about them. But when they don't show support, they're seen as sexist and that they don't care about anybody but themselves. Getting paid millions of dollars to play a sport is a privilege, not a right. You're not oppressed because other people make more money doing the same thing you do. If that were the case, PewDiePie and Mr. Beast are oppressing me because they get more views and make more money, and I should make that money. They should donate that money to me. It doesn't work like that. Not every business makes the same amount of money, and even sports leagues are businesses. In Lisa's defense, she acknowledged that the NBA has done a lot for her league, but it was still ridiculous for her to even mention NBA players donating their salaries to help fund the WNBA. And that's what pissed Draymond off, and that should piss off any NBA player. WNBA players should be thanking the NBA and its players for making it possible to do what they do. Because if they really don't like it, they can always do something else.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Evelyn. I'm here to introduce you to a new level of entertainment. The stars have aligned, connecting Brooklyn, New York, Sacramento, California, and Atlanta, Georgia. The team. Introducing Flatbush, Brooklyn's finest, the boss, Chef Chupino. Hailing from Sacramento, California, is Andrea Lynch. From the dirty South Atlanta, Georgia, is your boy, Victor Freeze Music, or just Vic.
Club phone jump, it's the weekend. Julian coming through with the big friends. Hitting down doors, that's a defense. Rolling with all, that's the offense. It me change, Judah me preaching. With a bull shaking to my maybe drop bands. Today on by nice sale. Today on by Judah keep playing. Baby, tell me what you want. Julian, I know you need fun. Ever since remember that we been knocking at the door. Y'all be moving paper, we be running up the school. Y'all before that pill that we was sleeping on the floor. West side Africa, you know the shit ain't far. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Pop it, baby. Come roll with me. All night long. As times relax, my mind's relaxed. I got now from who got next. Here's my number, just send a text. You got a man and she responds, nah. Okay, show enough. I'ma let you go, don't wanna hold you up. I'ma call your phone when I'm putting up. Whoever let you go must be dumb as fuck. Wait far. Girl, you so fine, I pay for. Fly you first class to the lake bar. Body so blessed, I pray for. Body so blessed, I pray for. Cause I don't care what you say. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Driving all night long. My nigga, I killed it. Night long. It's the part where you get your girl, nigga. Make sure she focused, nigga. Make sure you focus, nigga. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, hit it. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Driving all night long. I don't care what they say. That's a hit for your ass, nigga. Hit for your ass, nigga. Prophet the One. Follow me on all Instagram sites, PROPHETTTHEONE. That's Prophet the One in case you couldn't spell. But if you could, you already got it. Like Prophet like God, and then duh like duh, nigga. And then one like nigga, I'm the motherfucking one, nigga. You can't miss it. Follow me now.
Let me talk.
Yo, man. It's the first five on the break. The first five. That's it. Yeah.
I need a couple more folks in the spot. Let's go. Bring them in. Share it out. Let's go. Adjust my microphone. Adjust my camera. Degrease my joint. Spinach check. Booger check. We all clear. What's good? It's your boy Chef. Welcome, welcome, welcome to another night of intellectual debauchery. Let's call this me getting some stuff off my chest. We normally have one sponsor, which is Maison Chupino, fine handmade Italian footwear, manufactured in Italy, shipped to you anywhere from Italy around the world. But there's another sponsor tonight, and you'll understand why. The other sponsor is Demon Juice. You take a little sip of evil real quick. Demon Juice. Why would I sip Demon Juice? Normally we accept the libations into our system for fun, for the relax, for the release, and the ability it gives us to relate. Sometimes it works, to make us like people that, or have some companionship with people that under normal circumstances wouldn't be the ones we lean to, aka beer goggles, if you know what I'm saying. So tonight, I could potentially get canceled. But I'm with the shits. I'm with the shits. But I thought about it. And I was like, you know what? Fuck it. You give me a couple shots of Demon Juice, and I'm going to speak what I'm going to speak. If you don't like what I say, you're entitled to that. You're emotionally entitled to that. If you have some sort of debate on what I say, I'm going to open the floor to allow you the opportunity to come up and speak your piece. But I got an issue. Funny thing is, I don't know. Maybe I'm going to be Kanye in myself. Who knows? But I got to speak. So before we get this situated, first and foremost, and make sure angles are right. Get this left side light going. Make sure that, boom, boom, there we go. Ooh, okay. I told you I broke some of my equipment on that Vegas trip, so work with me. I got some new stuff coming through. Stay tuned. But anyway, it's time for the love, y'all. You know, it's important for me to cushion this blow with some love initially, if that makes any sense. So let's see who we got rocking with us. Come on, man. King of Canada. King of Canada. I'm going to be doing something related to what Justin Trudeau released about the guns, Gabrielle. So I definitely would love to have your input on that topic. So stay tuned, bro. Peace. A1 Day One, part of the part A1 Day One of Dawn Frank, Mika Marcel, and Quantum Love. Of course, the other half of Truth and Matters, and Truth and Balance, and 1/3 of the team. Just Andrea, Mika Marcel, what up? A1 Day One, Dawn Frank, A1 Day One's on deck. Let's keep it going. Who else do we have here? The third A1 Day One. All three of y'all in the spot. Now, this is the real show. What's going on? Yes, let's MF and go. Look at them 360s. Look at them 360s. Got you drowning. Salute. Trash can waves, my guy. Who else we got? Who else do we have in the spot? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Très bien, monsieur. Et tout. Nice. All right. That means I'm very good. I'm very good, sir. And you? Nice, nice, nice. Très bien. All right. So here's where we are right now. I know you guys saw the thumbnail. I know the thumbnail was something that was like, what is he talking about? I'll show it to you right now. Chef Chupino presents A Classroom at Winston-Salem. What really happened? HBCU Culture Live. All right. So let's talk. And I'm going to give one trigger alert. After that, well, let me take this off the screen. You get one trigger alert. After that, I'm going to let it flow. Because I'm annoyed. I'm annoyed. All right? All right. So, my folks, let me drop something. So, first, before we drop anything, I want to ask some questions. I want to ask some questions specific to our folks in here. It's important that you guys share some stuff with me. I need your help. Does anyone feel that because of the oppression that Black people have experienced over the course of, however many years, do you believe that in all situations, we should be afforded a different set of rules? Do you believe that we should be afforded a different set of rules? That's my question. So, one, if you believe that we as people of color, POC, African American, Blacks, Negroes, whatever the nomenclature you choose to assign to who we are, do you believe that there should be a different set of rules that govern us as opposed to the other groups of skin folk, if you will? One, if you feel that we should be looked at differently. Two, if you feel that we should be handled with the same levels of accountability. Let's talk about it. There's another couple of milliliters of demon juice navigate its way down my esophageal cavity. Don't worry. point, I'm not gonna be using those words anymore. So wait. Let me make sure. So 2, that means that we should be held to the same level of accountability. Yo, real talk, I want to say a special shout out to Red Lipstick Vibes. You know, when I say this, I like to apologize in public, just so that other people, if I do the same bullshit to them, they'll understand where my head is at. I know sometimes I've been motivated by coming on with the streams when there's something that really motivates me. Red Lipstick Vibes, you know I'm a supporter of your channel during my hiatus. It's only Vic, Andrea's channel, and your channel that people will see me on. So I know you have a dope stream coming on at 9 p.m. Eastern time, which is her Friday smoke show. So I know you'll be having to leave at some point. But I want to make sure, you guys, once I wrap this thing up, I'm not trying to do it for 2 hours. But when I wrap this, you go check my sister's page. All right. So, you know, I apologize for getting in my feels on this topic and kind of stepping on your scheduling toes. Peace, love, and light, you know. Blame it on the mind and not the heart. So, some folks, I see the majority of all of the answers stated that we should be judged by the same measuring stick. We should be judged by the same measuring stick. So let's talk. Why do people believe that we should be judged by a different level of criteria based on trauma? Anybody? Feel free to drop something into the chat. Trash Can said, excuse me, where'd your message go, bro? Trash Can said, there we go. We want equality, right? Equality. So Dawn Frank says, well, I guess we all should be accountable. However, history has shown this has not happened. All right. I can understand that. You know what I mean? Lay you back, man. All right. Look, I want to delete your message, Trash Can. I want to delete your message. What I'm doing right now is I'm actually slow rolling a little bit because there was a particular file that obviously it looks like didn't transfer over. Perfect. Red Lipstick Vibe said, I didn't see this video. What happened? So let me give my little fair use speech off rip, rather. Tonight, I'm going to be doing some fair use play because there's a particular person that released something, and I'm not going to lie, I rocked with them for a good period of time, not stating that I don't rock with them, not stating that I don't agree with, you know, other things they've stated. But I sincerely believe that the movement that this brother took, it threw me off. It turned me off. It threw me off and turned me off. It's important as people of color that we recognize that at some point, that we recognize as people of color that we hold personal accountability for ourselves. But we also should be holding accountability for others that represent us. We should be saying, nah, motherfucker, nah, that's wrong. Even if that wrong was done to someone else. Even if that wrong was done to someone else. So I'm going to throw something else out to you folks. And these are what I call my baseline questions before I provide you with the curriculum, if you will. Let's talk. You know how folks be like, F that, I'm going to defend my family or my friend or whoever I rock with, regardless if they right or wrong. I'm going to fight for them, regardless if they're right or wrong. That's normally what we can consider the urban test of loyalty, the hood test. F that, I don't care if they was wrong. That's my folks. I'm going to throw hands for them regardless. I'd like a 1 in the chat if you believe that's a correct methodology when it comes to how you relate with actions partaken by people that you close to or people that are within your periphery of love. Put a 2 if you disagree with that methodology or that mindset. So 1 in the chat if you believe that, oh, I defend my folks no matter what. I'll fight for them no matter what they did. Or 2 if you disagree with that particular mindset. Let me see what we got. Of course, Andrea says wrong is wrong. Trash Can said the keep it real logic, right? Trash Can said 2. And Dawn said, right. I sometimes say to my friends and loved ones, if you wrong, you still right. Oh, see? Look at that. Here's the beauty of it. Dawn is a white lady, y'all. Is she the only one that's jumping on the nigga shit? Hey, that's funny. That's funny. That's funny. All right? But you know, I love Dawn. That's my sis. I know her in real life. She kicks it with my daughter and my old lady. So, you know what I mean? But that's funny. And I tell you, she is really a gangster like that. You know what I'm saying? She's a gangster like that. But she's like that for me and the people she loves, regardless of color. All right? And I know that. And she's battle tested. So she's a real, real friend. Right? So that's wild. Dawn taking your black cards. Anyway, skip. This was supposed to be a rant tonight. Damn it. So let me get back. All right, I hate you, Negroes. No. All right. Hold on 1 second, y'all, because at this point, this conversation is really, really wild. So what I got so far out of the group was a bunch of 2s. A bunch of 2s. So apparently we are not the ones, apparently, you know, this is the group that would actually be fair and balanced, right? That's it, everybody. I mean, a black card on the way in. Oh, man. And listen, for the record, Dawn spent a few years as a union steward, so she saved a lot of you nigga jobs, all right? I'm just saying. So she helped, trust me, all right? But anyway, my guy, Danique, thank you. My guy, the image guy, come through. Quantum said, I just tell people what I would do instead of telling them they are wrong. You know what's funny? She said, people can't handle you saying they're wrong and got to move like a serpent while being gentle. So that's interesting you said that, Quantum. The last couple of situations where I was asked about a particular thing and I spoke to somebody of my own color and they asked me what I thought about an idea that they, You know, it was about a gift. And what was crazy was all I did was state, well, you know what? I think that I would probably retool the idea of the gift if it was me, based on some certain criteria. And then the conversation moved forward. But what I didn't realize was that that person was moving in the vein of thinking that I said that they don't think right, or that they're doing the wrong thing. And that wasn't what it is. It was just me stating that I would do something differently. All right. So that leads to the next question of this curriculum. Feedback. Do those of us watching that are in the chat, right? Now, you know, Dawn, I know you're probably going to voluntarily fall back on this one, but I'm going to put it out there to the chat. Do you guys believe that we understand, we as a Black community, a current Black community, do you believe that we truly are capable of accepting accountability when it comes from someone of another race? One, if you believe that we're easily able to handle accountability when it comes from someone of a different race, or two, do you think we are unable? So one, we can take accountability when being delivered by someone of another race, or two, we are unable or find it difficult to do so. So I'm going to give you guys a few seconds. Let me get three. Let me get three of y'all in there, and then I'll move ahead. One, are we capable of accepting accountability from people of another race or ethnicity? Or two, are we unable? Trash can said it should be one, but two. Okay, I agree. So you know what? I'm not doing this all night. Okay. Red Lipstick said 1.5. I see what you made. Quantum said 2. All right. So at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to share with you guys. I'm going to share with you the impetus or the precipitating factor or my modus operandi, the thing that got me wanting to jump on and do this. I'm going to play something for y'all. And of course, I'm going to pause at some point because it's going to be critical that I do so. But like I said, fair use and peace to Roland S. Martin. Even though you pissed me off with this one, I still love you, bro. And I still support you. All right, let's go.
Viral video has gone all across the country showing a Winston-Salem State University student. This story is absolutely crazy, folks. This student who was arrested in an altercation with a white professor, okay? So check this out. It's a TikTok video. It shows 20-year-old Leilla Hamoud getting arrested by University Police Officer Michael Rau. Watch this.
I'm not resisting. You're hurting me really bad, bro. Please get off of me.
Is she still standing there letting this happen? Like, exactly.
I'm trying to de-escalate. I hate you.
It already escalated. She's about to come out and hit him.
I swear to God, I hate you. I swear to God, I hate you. I swear to God, I hate you, bro. You're the worst teacher ever. You can get me taken out of here because I want to apologize. Because I want to apologize. You started yelling at me. You tried to embarrass me about my paper. You're a terrible teacher.
Is somebody recording this?
Oh, everybody is.
I hope you're recording
Everybody.
because that's ridiculous.
Yes, that really is.
For letting this shit happen. She sit here and say she loves black people and stuff, but you let this happen to her? Come on now.
No, you yelled at her first.
You yelled at her first, but you want her to apologize. It doesn't make any sense.
You hear everybody in the class saying, I have, look at my grades, my GPA, I graduated by 8 points. I'm not no dumb bitch. I'm not stupid, Dr. B. The whole class.
I'm so mad.
If anybody is valedictorian, bitch, what the hell?
That you let her walk out her feet.
Yeah, you weren't yelling at her. You were yelling at her.
All right, y'all. You saw it yourselves. It's not over. It's not over. I just want to, I like to do baseline before we provide you with all of the additional information. At this point, we start the video. The original part of the video is not there. It's important to state that the original or the impetus or precipitating factors leading up to the events within this particular video, we don't have them. So at this point, without seeing that initial video or seeing what led to this, I think we would be remiss in trying to give some judgment without having someone to provide us with clarity as to what led up to that particular situation. We'd be remiss in moving forward. So let's keep it going. Let's keep it going.
That's ridiculous. That's BS.
I'm saying,
BS.
I'm like,
trying to say I'm sorry.
That's.
You're
the worst teacher I've ever had.
Leila posted this video to explain exactly what happened in the classroom.
Distracting. So basically,
I expected to replay certain things, but what I'm begging is for your collective attention, because majority of what's going to take place is going to be hinged on the words of the person that was there for the impetus or precipitating factor leading to that video that we watched. These words are critically important. So remember I said we needed words from somebody who was there? Well, the quote unquote victim, here go their words.
had a group project assigned as a final, which is probably the dumbest thing, but I'm not here to critique her on her learning. So basically, we had a group project assigned as a final, which is probably the dumbest thing, but I'm not here to critique her on her learning. We had a group final, we had to write a paper, and we had to also make up a skit for our group to present. It was 7 of us. I did most of writing the skit just because I wanted to. It was easy and it was fun for me. Well, I thought it was easy. I did the essay as well. She got back to me late, 6 hours before we had to present, actually, saying that my essay was completely wrong and I should revise it, all this shit. And I'm just like, I'm not going back and redoing this essay. That took me 2 weeks and you told me 6 hours before. I'm not redoing it. And I think I'm pretty okay for that. On camera, dirty. I think that wasn't a bad idea of not redoing it. I didn't feel any type of way, and I still came to the final to present with my group because that was what we were supposed to do. I did not say anything when I did come into the class because, like I said, I was already frustrated at the fact that she told me my whole essay was wrong. So I come into class and didn't say anything to her. She's talking, she's assigned us to our groups, and we're gonna talk about what we're doing for the project before we actually have to do it. So I'm talking to 2 of my group members and come present it. So we talked about that, and she was like, well, it is wrong and you should redo it because it's going to greatly impact your grade. Once again, said I did not care about that because I'm only here to present with my group so that my group does not get a 0 on this. Well, I got hella views, so look at my story. So, boom, boom, she starts getting loud. She starts yelling at me, telling me this is her class, so it doesn't matter what I think. I'm getting loud back. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you guys. I got loud back. I was raising my voice too. I'm like, Dr. V, like, you're yelling at me. I'm not going to redo it. I'm here to present with my group. Like, I'm here to get this done and get out. And she's like, you need to get out. Like, I want you to leave. And I'm like, leave? No, like, I'm here for my group project. Turn the comments off. How do I do that? And she told me to get out of the classroom, and I literally refused. I was like, I'm not going to leave. This is our final exam, and I didn't do anything wrong other than responding to what you said to me, because I did not say anything to her.
Damn, I was cooking. Hold on, I gotta get back in the zone again. But thank you for y'all being vigilant with that, with the mute notification. So at this juncture in time, this far into this video, I know, and I'm gonna repeat what I said a second ago, I know I love my chat. I know sometimes I get annoyed when my chat doesn't participate, but I think this is important. This is critically important. This far into the video, I'd like you to put some of your opinions up. So what I'm going to do is, I saw some folks started putting opinions up. So I'm going to start showing the opinions. All right. So we're going to start. This is the Trash Can Wave show. He said she's acting like a baby. He said she's not acting as grown as she was. Red Lipstick said, oh boy. Trash Can Wave said accountability. Smart guy, smart guy. You know, he had to have some nice waves around that intelligent brain, right? Remember the question about accountability earlier? It's critical. We're going to replay this, but when we do replay this, I'm going to stop at specific points. So he said, weak ass teacher, stick to your guns. He said, stick to your guns. That's interesting. Trash Can said she too grown. Who's the teacher? Who's the teacher? Mika Marcel said, so. Andrea said, where's the accountability at? Mika said, you mad because she told you your report was incorrect? She's mad because the actual person who's responsible for assigning, delivering, and grading that curriculum told them this is not the correct method or format for this thing that I am responsible for giving you a grade on. So if I'm a guy that does the high jump, but I walk onto the track and field, I walk onto the field and I start utilizing the behaviors of the long jump, it's a different sport. It has different rules. It has different criteria for success. So if we having a race that happens to be on a basketball court where 5 kids have to race from one basket to another, if one of them decides that when the other 4 take off, he's going to turn around and dunk the basketball on this basket, he ain't fucking win. You can't make up your own game. You can't make up your own rules. You walk into a situation understanding the inherent rules, strategies, modus operandi, and what's understood is what's right and wrong within that environment, that room that you enter. You don't go to goddamn ballet class and start doing the fucking Dougie and think that it's going to be accepted. Pardon my enthusiasm. Andrea said, she's the teacher. Wow. Trashcan said, making demands. She's turning the comments off. Right. Okay. Andrea. And look, I always be making, I make fun of my homie Andrea. It's my sis. Normally I say she has that feminine defense chip. Not tonight, y'all. She said, how dare you say you're not going to go back and redo it? So, hold on one second. Quantum muted. Oh, so you're going to troll me with your extra account? You're going to show me love on the Quantum, and then your university? You see what I'm saying? This must be a HBCU, Quantum University. That message. But yo, real talk. Let's talk about this thing, man. You got an assignment, and you telling the professor how you finna do it. Andrea said, if I was a teacher, I would have given her an F. I'm not going to argue with you. You are a student. I'm the teacher. Mika said, next time you won't get a grade. You won't get a heads up to get a better grade. Arrogant. Not, hey, he used the N-word. Uh-huh. Look at this. Andrea tells me she probably don't listen to her parents. Just look at her behavior. All right, we're going to keep it going. Mika, like I said, I need to chat on this one. I don't have co-hosts tonight on this one. Of course, I'm going to throw the link out at some point, but I want your voice to be heard. It's the voice of the people, because we're going to be hearing some other voices as well. Mika said, your teacher told you to redo it. The person that is going to grade you told you the assignment was wrong. Did I miss something? Toxic single mother household product of that environment. Hold on to that one. I want you to copy and paste that one, Trash Can. You may need it again. Dawn said, so far I'm on the teacher side. She gave the kids a heads up. Trash Can, learn the rule book. Yep. He said, Dawn, but the teacher went soft at the end with the wokeness. That's two things that you need to bring back. But I'm going to step to the wokeness quick. We got to talk about that one, Trash Can. Wokeness. Did you know that wokeness was actually going to be a part of the title? But I didn't want to give it away. This new wokeness, this new level of ethnic empathy. Ethnic empathy. So not only do some of our folks look at ourselves as victims, but at some point, a few generations of non-Black children were taught that same treacherous thing. And what happens now is many of them, in terms of the woke society, they take on these mantras and they start to do things and look at us in a way as though we're victims, as though we're handicapped children that need to be helped. So when we talk about the woke society and some of the folks within the woke society of other ethnicities, it's not necessarily that they're embracing us in terms of our power. Some of it may actually amount to handicapping us, letting us know, yeah, we did you dirty, and you should feel that pain. That's handicapping. It's handicapping. That's giving you the head start now, when society doesn't truly give you a head start according to your own, in terms of your own psychology. Let's keep it going. Aaron Laura said, you stupid trash can. He said, I said she from HBCC, Historically Black Community College. Aaron Laura said, I can't know the truth was just her word, but even if the teacher was in the wrong first, student should have left and gone to proper authorities. Principal, I don't know. File a complaint. Aha. All right. Dawn, yes, trash can. Never understand why when they get heated, white people have to profess how much they love black people. Now, Dawn, I need you to copy that one because we are going to get back to it. It's important you copy that one. So let's make believe. I want you guys to make believe in this exercise that I'm a lawyer. All right. Now, I was a pre-law major. I didn't finish because I got offered a 6-figure job at a record label, but nonetheless. So I understand certain aspects of legal minutia, legal arguments, and certain aspects of law, because we're going to be talking about law at some point before we end this thing here. So, Trash Can said the teacher wanted an apology for the disrespect and had ended up apologizing because she got white shamed. Ooh, that's a good white shamed. I've never used that word before until tonight, man. It's just dumb. It makes no sense. You are the teacher and they are students. Andrea said, this is just bad behavior. I'm just sorry. And you feel like you black and you right. All right. Okay. He said that you're setting the girl up for failure. Andrea said, hypothetically, what if the teacher was black? Would she have done it? Probably not. And she probably wouldn't got so loud either. I'm just saying. So when you say, would she have done it, I'm assuming you meant would the student have behaved in that way? And that's another one. Copy that, Andrea. We're going to need it later. Trash Can said if she was black, they'd be applauding her. That would be interesting to know if the teacher were black, would it have played out different? Exactly. You got the question of the night so far, Andrea. She said, hypothetically, if the teacher was black, would she have... Oh, you just did it again. When I told you to copy it, I didn't mean to copy and paste it right away. I meant to hold on to it. But I appreciate you, Drea. So let's continue. Let's continue because there's more. But it's going to be important that you guys hinge on the words. So let's go.
She's telling me to get out of the class. I'm like, no, I'm not going to. She's upset at this point. She leaves and she's talking to another teacher in the hallway. At that point, I guess is when they decided to call the police, campus police. Campus police comes and it is a black officer at first. I'm not usually one to mention race, but I think it is a little bit necessary in this instance because I do go to a historically black college, and for this to happen to me and it be so provoked by people who are not of black descent, it hurts. So I feel like I do have to mention that. The black officer comes in, he asks me what's going on. I tell him everything. The class is telling him everything. As I'm telling my story, my professor comes back in. Yes, officer, I want her taken out. I'm like, whoa. He's like, whoa, I'm talking to her, I'm listening to her. So wait, we're talking, another officer comes in and he is a white officer. He comes in and he's like, okay, so your options are you're gonna get out of the class, I'm gonna have to take you out. I'm like, what? Like, take me out? Take me out how? So, yeah, like they said, it is important because the black officer, he's a very well-known officer on our campus. He's never given anybody any problems. He's actually pretty cool. And he was doing his best to not arrest me. He was trying to have a conversation. And the white officer came in and was like, yeah, you're either going to get out or I'm going to have to get you out. And I'm like, okay. At this point, I'm like, Dr. V, you're going to let them arrest me? And she's like, yes, Dr. V, Dr. Villagomez, Cynthia Villagomez. Yes, say that name in here so y'all know who we're emailing about, because I'm sending emails. My class is sending emails. Friends are sending emails. Send an email. If not, that's okay too. I'm not pressured.
I'm going to give y'all something else to copy and paste or to put in your Windows notepad. Cynthia Villagomez. You heard it. Let's keep it going.
So the white officer comes in, he says that, I said that to Dr. V, and she's like, wait, hold on. She's trying to, like, you know, fix herself. She's like, okay, either apologize or you need to leave. I said apologize. Now, the old me, I'm sure I would have apologized, but at that moment, I knew that I was not the one in the wrong. I didn't start the situation. I didn't escalate the situation. I knew I was not wrong. So I'm just like, okay, apologize for what? Apologize because you yelled at me and you dropped the F-bomb? Yes, I did drop the F-bomb and told you I'm not fucking stupid. That's what I told you. So I'm sorry. The F-bomb hurt your feelings. So sorry, baby. We're grown. If that was worth an arrest, let me know. Let me know. According to my mom, it wasn't. But continuing, I said, Dr. V, are you going to apologize to me? I came in, I sat with my group, I didn't say anything to you. You decided to start yelling at me as soon as the fire alarm went off about my essay. So she was like, no, I'm not going to apologize. I'm like, what? So then I'm like, wait, well, tell me what I'm apologizing for. Tell me what I'm apologizing for. At that moment, I'm talking to the black officer. I'm talking to my professor. The white officer is like, yeah, go ahead and take her. You have to go get her. To the black officer. So the black officer is like, okay, turn around. I'm about to put these handcuffs on you.
So, okay. Trash can said single mama. He said single mama. Let me go pull this up. Pardon that delay. This is I actually feel this thing here. Andrea said, I would not apologize to the student. She was wrong and not the teacher. This is that bullshit. Mika Marcel said, uh-oh, she mentioned race. Something to think about. Trash can said, she told Joe ass to leave. Right? Let's keep it going. He said he knew it. Peace to Boss Life online. Man, listen, I'm ready to go drop some $10 there just so she could see. She'll do a whole video. You send her a thanks or a super chat. She'll do a whole video singing the song to you the next morning. That's how much love and appreciation she shows. Peace to you. Boss Life online. Check that sister out. She's a wonderful lady. All right. She challenged the officer. Mika, you were asked to walk out on your own. Trash can. You know, he doesn't like those campus Paul Mart, mall cops, right? Quantum said she brushed over the fact that white officer was giving her options. Mika said, teacher asked you to leave and you refused. All right. She asked you to leave because she's disrupting her classroom. That tells me you have a problem listening to an adult. So I could go through all of these, and even in me going through all of these, Quantum says she just F-bombed us, so I want her off the screen. According to her, mom, oh Lord, her mom co-signed, single mom. I'm good at stereotyping. Boss Life Online said, wow, she talks so too fast. That's what's wrong with her. She don't listen because she's talking. I see you, OG. I see you. Thank you, Chef. I got her on point. Andrea said, I'm a single mother and my children listen to adults when I tell them what to do. That's that bullshit. Mika said, I would whoop her ass and still make her apologize to the teacher. All right, Red Lipstick, peace, love, and light to you. You already know I'm going to pop through and check you out. I'm going to jump on your joint, too. I'm going to create some problems because I know with this violence I'm on right now and this demon juice, I have enough debauchery to take to your crib. Just keep it up. Quantum said, see, the thing is people don't know how to properly handle unfavorable situations. Just Andrea, but you're not a toxic single mama, plus your kid's father in her life. All right. So I definitely want to thank the chat for participating would have left and handled another way. I'm just saying. Boss Life, thank you. Oh, come on, man. You earned that, my sister. You earned that with your voice like an angel. I just want one of them songs. Look, I need you to make me a song for when people give me a super chat. I'm going to play that. Because right now, this is the only one that we got. You know what I'm saying? And it seems like only the freaky people give money for this one.
Okay, good job, good job. Get mine, no problem. Hit my line, you're irking me. I hit that woosah. No, I don't got perks on me. I sleep good on God. Spend that money, make it reappear. Ta-da. I've been getting paid.
See, I'm about inclusiveness. You know, my front booty white lady, she always comes through. You know, but in the meantime, Victim Olympics, she's loud and stubborn. Too much pride. All right, y'all. Damn, I thought I was getting canceled. I didn't normally get this many agreements. You know what I'm saying? I'm surprised. I think Victor Freeze would have been on my neck with this one once we start talking about our folks, right? Boss Life, you know, I called the OG. She said, could not be one of my grandkids. They already know what will go down. Yes, Granny. That's what I'm talking about. So let's talk, yo. And I will be going back to the video just to provide certain insight. So let's talk. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to re-add it to the screen, to the stream.
All right, folks, Winston-Salem State released a statement. Here is what.
Let me bring this back. Oh, you know what? I apologize.
So she was like, no, I'm not going to apologize. I'm like, what?
I'm going to apologize. There was a little piece that I wanted to play in terms of the statement from the school and what my big brother Roland had to say about it. Let me make sure I have it here.
Officer, I'm talking to my handcuffs on you.
There we go.
All right, folks, Winston-Salem State released a statement. Here is what they said. We received a report that there was a significant commotion in Carolina Hall this morning. And as such, a WSSU employee nearby called for the assistance of law enforcement after they tried to de-escalate the situation. We understand that the weaponization of police is a prevalent problem in our community. However, that is not what happened in this incident. We strive for a safe, inclusive, thriving, and intellectual community where all our faculty, staff, and students feel respected and supported. To that end, we will take swift and appropriate measures against any situation that contradicts those ideals. Now, here's the deal. When you look at this Rate My Professor, this professor does not get good ratings. She gets a 2.5 out of 5 when
For the record, let's talk about it. The last part that I cut off, that was a piece that I didn't feel like going into it, but of course, you know the way the internet works, everything works at the speed of light, the speed of sound. So when people get pissed off, they go and give you shitty Yelp ratings. You know, this story, it actually took place several days ago. So a lot of people were putting out on the internet, you know, what's her name, and her ranking dropped. Nonetheless, remember, a council of African American pedagogues. A pedagogue is just me trying to flex my vocabulary. Pedagogue is a teacher, somebody that teaches. That's why they call it pedagogy or pedagogy. A group of Black teachers selected this woman with the last name Villa Gomez to train or teach the students at that school. I believe that's something critical. So, at this point, back to some baseline questions to see how my folks feel. 1 in the chat if the student was correct. 2 in the chat if the teacher was correct. All right. And what I'm going to do, because this is critical, 1 if the student was correct. 2 if the teacher was correct. I'm going to run this again because I think you need to see it. But remember, I'm not no fool. So if I'm playing it for you and you feel differently than me right now, and then I choose to play it for you again, you might want to listen a little clearly before I give my full rant, because I'm gonna talk some stuff. So let's get back to it. We'll run it back.
A viral video has gone all across the country showing a Winston-Salem State University student. This story is absolutely crazy, folks. This student who was arrested in an altercation with a white professor. Okay, so check this out. It's a TikTok video. It shows 20-year-old Leilla Hamoud getting arrested by University Police Officer Michael Rau. Watch this.
I'm not resisting. You're hurting me really bad, bro. Please get off of me.
And she's still standing there letting this happen. Like, exactly.
I hate you.
It already escalated. She's about to come out and hit him.
I swear to God, I hate you. I swear to God, I hate you. I swear to God, I hate you, bro. You're the worst teacher ever. You can get me taken out of here because I want to apologize. Because I want to apologize. You started yelling at me. You tried to embarrass me about my paper. You're a terrible teacher.
Is somebody recording this? Oh, everybody is. I hope you're recording everybody. Because that's ridiculous. Yes, that really is. Letting this shit happen. She sit here and say she loves black people and stuff, but you let this happen to her? Come on now. No, you yelled at her first. You yelled at her first, but you want her to apologize. It doesn't make any sense.
You hear everybody in the class say, look at my grades, my GPA, I graduated by 8 points. I'm not no dumb bitch. I'm not stupid, Dr. V. The whole class.
I'm so mad.
If anybody is valedictorian, bitch, what the hell?
That you let her walk out here. Yeah, you were yelling at her. You were yelling at her. That's ridiculous. That's BS. I'm saying. BS. I'm like.
I'm trying to say I'm sorry.
That's.
You're the worst teacher I've ever had.
Leila posted this video to explain exactly what happened in the classroom.
Distracting. So basically, we had a group project assigned as a final, which is probably the dumbest thing, but I'm not here to critique her on her learning. We had a group final, we had to write a paper, and we had to also make up a skit for our group to present. It was 7 of us. I did most of writing the skit just because I wanted to. It was easy and it was fun for me. Well, I thought it was easy. I did the essay as well. She got back to me late, 6 hours before we had to present, actually, saying that my essay was completely wrong and I should revise it, all this shit. And I'm just like, I'm not going back.
The professor, who is the person that's charged with delivering the curriculum, advises you that a particular project that is part of your goddamn final, your final, is not in the format that she specified. Now remember, this is a group project. Let's keep it going.
Back and redoing this essay that took me 2 weeks, and you told me 6 hours before. I'm not redoing it, and I think I'm pretty okay for that. It on camera. I think that wasn't a bad idea of not redoing it. I didn't feel any type of way, and I still came to the final to present with my group because that was what we were supposed to do. I did not say anything when I did come into the class because, like I said, I was already frustrated at the fact that she told me my whole essay was wrong. So I come into class and
I don't have braids, but so I came to class and I didn't say anything because I just felt like, so basically your whole essence of you walking into that classroom initially was you knowing that the person who's in charge of your collegiate grade is telling you, this is not what I asked you for. Now, I could be an asshole and open this up to a lot of different conversations. I can be an asshole and open it up to the red pill conversation of where it's not about how our sisters, what they hear, it's about how they feel. It's not about rules. It's about trauma. And you can't tell me anything. That's my opinion, right? I told you I might get canceled after this one. But I want you to understand the boldness, the emboldenedness of this particular young sister. The ego, pride, and hubris that she exhibits. Even in the situation where the person who is responsible for telling her how good or not good she is, she's totally, negating what she says. It's interesting. She's the teacher. Is she the one delivering the curriculum? I don't know, but apparently she admits that what she was doing was not the curriculum. We in motherfucking ballet class, and you decide you're going to start doing tap when the other 28 girls are doing ballet. Is the teacher a racist? Are they unreasonable? Or are they maintaining the structural integrity of the curriculum that they are charged to deliver? Right? All right, let's keep it going. Oh, you know what? Before we keep it going, let me see what somebody had to say. Quantum said, girl, you had a whole attitude telling that lady you ain't going. Right, that lady you ain't going. And she wasn't having that in her class. Let one do it and they will all try. Yeah, I thought I was finna get canceled. I mean, I'm looking at this and, I'm getting a lot of feedback based on how I felt, but let's keep it going. Big Boss Lady said, Boss Life Online said she was angry before she got to class. I agree and disagree with you. It came across as anger, but I believe that the anger was within her internal fight with the accountability that she was rejecting. Some people are unable to accept accountability specifically because when you tell someone that they did something wrong, some folks, the way that they move, they believe that you're telling them that they're no good. Based on specific people's nature versus nurture, what takes place is some folks, even if you do something as simple as telling them you would have went a different route, they look at it as you judging them, even if it makes sense. And some of those people will spend a lot of time explaining away the kind of person that they want you to see them as, when in fact, they just don't have that natural ability to admit when they're wrong or to self-regulate or self-diagnose, right? So we're going to keep it going. Ika says shit teaches you to be able to spank kids and she mad because she yelled, right? Jaya said she's disrespectful. She's disrupting my classroom. She's telling me she hates me. She'll know how to control her anger. She should know how to control her anger. Maybe just listen to her. Aaron Laura said, I got the wooden rulers on my hands in middle school. Me too. I went to a school, Caribbean Christian school in Brooklyn, New York, called St. Mark's. All right, St. Mark's Academy. We used to wear red blazers and gray pants. And corporal punishment was one of the things that was a part of that school. It was allowed. Parents signed to allow it. I ain't gonna lie. I mean, some of us learn a little differently. And some require that physical interaction to kind of pull us into place. Andrea said, this is that new generation. I think they know better, don't listen, disrespectful, and don't have no home training. It's called a new generation with a bad behavior. Go ahead, girl. Mika said, where's this girl's real friends? I would have said, sit down. Andrea said, she's a little self-entitled. Thank you. Somebody owe her someone. All right. Thinking somebody owes her something. Boss Light said, well, she needs to go see a therapist because she will do this every time. She needs to figure it out before she goes to prison. Mika said, shit, this girl might be lucky. Had it been a black teacher, it may have been worse. Had it been a black teacher, it may have been worse. These teachers are younger and different and be with the shits. Thank you. Thank you, Mika Marcel. You've just inspired the next question. If this was a seasoned black female teacher, do you believe that this would have panned out differently? I'm going to come with a more detailed question after. If you think it was a black female teacher, do you think this would have panned out differently? One, if you think that it would have been the same. Two, do you think that would have been different if it was an OG black female teacher? And peace to BB Nice. Oh, man, we got stars in the spot. Peace, peace, peace. That's my sis from Pandy's Hair Candy and More. But so one, if you think that it would have been the same, and two, if you think it would have panned out differently. So I'm going to give you guys a moment. Mika said two, it would have panned out differently. Quantum University, we got a whole university in here. This is a metaphysician university. She said, yes, very differently. Two. Let me get one more just to at least get a trifecta in the baseline. Okay. Thank you, Aaron Laura. Aaron Laura said two. These issues are also tough to judge because this behavior is societal now. And I'm glad that you said that. All right. I mean, you guys see Aaron's avatar, right? So I don't have to speak to it. These issues are tough to judge because this behavior is societal now. So what she's stating is that everybody's dealing with this bullshit right now. Is it a racial thing or is it a generational thing? Is it a racial thing or is it a generational thing? That is one of the questions, you know? So you know what? You just inspired the next one, Aaron Laura. One, do you believe that this particular issue that you've watched twice so far is actually a racial issue? Or do you believe it's a generational, is it a generational gap issue? One, if you think it's racial. Two, if you believe that it's based on the new generation and what society allows. I'm going to give you guys a moment to drop your magic in there. Two. All right. Aaron Laura said two. Mika said two. Gabrielle says two. Aaron Laura said two again. All right. All right. She voted twice, so we might need a recount later. Andrea said 2. All right. I tend to agree that this is something that's more societally based. It's more societally based. So, what do I think? Because y'all here watching me, right? What do I think? What I think is she was all wrong. She was not operating in good faith. Her whole argument was disingenuous. And if you notice, the first thing that she did in terms of the information she provided was she attempted to discredit that professor, college professor, by stating that she was non-Black. That's a key. That's a key. I normally say on this channel, the worst thing you can do in terms of attempting to defeat a perceived enemy is utilize their tactics to defeat them and thus become them. Because at that point, it's a Pyrrhic victory. You may feel like you may be the victor, but because you defeated them, but in essence, you've taken a major loss. And at this point, even in their being vanquished, they won. Why? Because you attempted to destroy them. But what they did was replicated themselves in you. Sip on that for a second while I touch this demon juice. When you become your enemy, it becomes a Pyrrhic victory because you've rebirthed them, but within the confines of yourself. So you lost. They've possessed you now. So, Quantum said she thought she was safe because she was at an HBCU. Yeah. So let's go.
Didn't say anything to her. She's talking. She's assigned us to our groups, and we're going to talk about what we're doing for the project before we actually have to do it. So I'm talking to 2 of my group members, and come present it. So we talked about that, and she was like, well, it is wrong, and you should redo it because it's going to greatly impact your grade.
Miss Leila Marie, which is this young lady's name. Miss Leila Marie, what you've done for your project, for your final project, is actually incorrect. It does not work within the parameters of the coaching plan, the curriculum we provided, and this was not the crux of what we wanted from you. This is not what we wanted. Am I crazy? Your teacher's telling you 3 times 3 does not equal 46. Fuck that. I did my 3 times 3 equal 46, so I'm gonna go with that shit. You know what I'm saying? Girl power. Black girls rock. You know what I mean? White bitch. Never attempting to acquiesce to the assumed role of leadership. Now, once again, in terms of me thinking about this exercise tonight, I thought about how some of the points that I was going to make may have some commonality to red pill views. That's not what the attempt was, or the intent. The impact, there, you take it if you will. I got demon juice in me. What kind of world do we exist in where there's a list of rules and there's things that are supposed to take place, and I'm the boss and I'm supposed to tell you what you're supposed to do and what's right, what's wrong, what's good, what's bad, or indifferent? But because you spent a whole shitload of time working on something that ain't got shit to do with what we dealing with in your way. So now I'm forced to derail my curriculum and make it unfair to all the other students in the class because I'm going to have to judge you a different way. Because you decided while we playing golf, you finna play basketball. Make that make sense, little Leila. Let's keep it going.
Once again, said I did not care about that because I'm only here to present with my group so that my group does not get a 0 on this.
Did you catch that? Let me let that little piece. Let me let that little piece. I want you to hear this.
I care about that because I'm only here to present with my group so that my group does not get a 0 on this.
I'm only here to present with my group, knowing that the other 3-4 members of my group, who we all share a grade because we're doing a group project, right? I'm only here so that they don't get a 0. So a 0 is your litmus test. So I'm going to be sending the link out for people that want to come up and debate me or tell me they didn't like what I was saying. But for any of those people, if you ever put a kid through college, if you ever paid room and board, if you ever paid for tuition, if you still got some debt you paying off for your kid, or you know your kid got debt, so they had to live at your goddamn house. Imagine if your kids were the other 4 kids, or 3 or 4 kids that were part of that exercise, that had her in it. Yo, I just showed up. I didn't show up to win. I didn't show up to knock it out the park. I showed up just so these other motherfuckers didn't get a 0. That's her litmus test. That's the bar that she set for your children. A 0. Not the win, not an A, not the highest score, not the best score possible, but I just showed up so we didn't forfeit the game. I didn't show up just so we ain't get a 0. That's what she said. So anybody got something to say about what I'm saying? I want you to first tell me about if she was in the group with one of your kids that busted their ass to do the job the right way, that studied, that had you take them to the library, that had you give them extra money to do this, that, and the other so they could do some research, whatever it is. You know, us parents that participate. And then you got that on your team. And yeah, I said it, that on your team. All right, but she's a youngster, and I'm going to be respectful, so, because we're going to come back to a certain place. You got that person's daughter on your team, because, of course, sweet Leila was raised by somebody. That's what's on the team with your child. All right? So, before I hit play again, I'm going to ask, well, I don't have to ask. I'm going to let the chat go. Just look at how she's explaining the situation, laughing my ass off. Girl, calm your energy down. Don't say right, Chef. Laughing out loud, 46. Boss Life said, well, she thought it did. Boss Life Online said she should have shut up and asked how she can correct it. Geez, these kids take things too far and are most out of control. Watch this. Watch. If my name was Leila, right? I mean, I'm so sorry, Ms. Villa Gomez. I understand. I was working so hard on this. I really thought this is what you needed. You know, can you please tell me if at least with what I have, if I have to throw this away, or if there's any tweaks that I can do to it to make it the format that you would like, you know, because this is my final. I really need it. What that's called, what I just gave, is called humility. Humility. Understanding and humility. Understanding that this person, their job is to judge what I do. Their job is to put me through the gauntlet. It's to put me through the gauntlet. And it's not supposed to be easy. It's supposed to be hard. If you notice what she said, what she did it, and it was easy. Did y'all hear that when she said earlier? Yeah, I did it, and it was easy. Yeah, it was easy, because that's not the shit they wanted. Your final project, your final paper, anybody been through college understands that, even a master's degree understands about the thesis and the final assignments. They are not easy, and they're not meant to be easy. They're meant to make you sweat. They meant to make you scared. They meant to get your ass the bubble guts. It's not supposed to be easy. But she figured she was going to do her own easy way and try to force it down the throat of a professor within a higher educational institution. I can't make this shit up. I can't make this shit up. You can say, well, the F is better, right? Did anybody think about the other children that's there whose grades can hinge on her particular behavior? Boss Life said, this is why I run a tight ship with my team. Everybody don't belong on my team. We're on the same page, and if you're not, you got to go. Yes. Andrea said she didn't care about the group. She only cared about herself. She was selfish. Aaron said, if the teacher's a white, woke woman, I wouldn't be surprised if she gave her more leeway than deserved, and it still wasn't enough, just assuming. BB said, I came in late trying to catch up. Take your time, man. It's okay if you rewind. You know what I mean? We good. I want to make sure you're on point. Make sure, Andrea said, make sure everybody's. Oh, yes, please hit that like button. Share the video out. It's a major conversation. You know, and they may cancel Chef on this one. So, you know, at least the Black community. You know what I'm saying? So I may end up having to do a show with me and Truth, with me and Chaotic Truth. Yeah. But anyway, listen, that's a brother. Y'all may not like him, but behind the scenes, he's a good brother. Anyway, we're going to keep this going because I want you to hear. I don't need to show a whole bunch of stuff. I just want you to hear her. All right, so let's go.
Well, I got hella views. Go look at my story. So, boom, she starts getting loud. She starts yelling at me, telling me this is her class, so it doesn't matter what I think. I'm getting loud back. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you guys. I got loud back. I was raising.
I got loud back. I was raising my voice. I'm not going to lie. Natural human nature, when we know that there's certain things that we've done and we emote them to others, is a natural tactic that humans use where we kind of dumb down or decrease the power of what we may have done wrong. It's natural. You know, you talk to somebody new on a date, you talk about what the other person did, you don't, at a high level, but then you don't talk about what you did at that same level of intensity or enthusiasm. You understand? It's human nature. She said, I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to lie. I got loud too. Louder screaming. Because if I remember correctly, somebody, normally when somebody gets handcuffs put on them, it may tend to decrease their level of vitriol. It creates a degree of fear, a degree of I won't say attachment, but a degree of control that you're unable to move from. That's what handcuffs are. If you ever think about handcuffs, Was there no other invention that we can have but handcuffs in order to subdue suspects? Why are handcuffs the same shit that you see now as the same way it was 60, 70 years ago? Handcuffs are handcuffs. 100 years ago, handcuffs are handcuffs. The purpose is to make you feel control. The purpose is for you to lose portion of your manual dexterity at that point. Because one of the most important things that we use to balance ourselves when we run or when we fight is our hands. And that loss of safety, that loss of security, and losing the ability for manual dexterity, that tends to make you slow down. It's like a lion or a tiger that doesn't have any claws or teeth. They recognize part of their punch is gone. But in her being subdued, where even big men get that and they fall back, she was still screaming and yelling within the class. Is that crazy? She was still popping off. She was still loud. Let's keep it going. I'm going to go back to this chat. I want to make sure this chat is on deck with me today. Andrea said she got loud back. She's justifying her behavior. Okay, good, baby. Nice. Thank you. Aaron Laura said, I got to head up. Hey, yeah, catch the replay later and send me one of them long comments, man. I live for those, man. I see a lot wrong with the situation and a bigger problem with our children today. So there was one piece that I missed to tell you guys. I went to a school called Fordham Prep. If you Google it, it's called Fordham Preparatory High School. It's in the Bronx in New York. It's on the campus of Fordham University. Expensive school. And it's run by the Jesuit, the Jesuit Brotherhood. There was a guy named Father Robert Sheehan. He was my professor during school. I hated him. Why? I was a slick dude. I was a smart dude. And I was always able to breeze through my classes. And he picked that up. And he gave the class a specific assignment. And he gave me one specific assignment because he picked up my level of savvy. I had to write a 300-word paper. And I was not allowed to use the words the, T-H-E, the words A-N-D, the word A-N, and the word or. I aced it. I have a nice vernacular. Then what he did the next time, he gave me a specific assignment. My mom knew about it, and I got upset because she let him do it. But he picked up a level of skill, so he worked me harder. He literally gave me where I had to do a 500-word paper. But what he did was deleted specific words, letters from the alphabet. So I was not allowed to use specific letters. One of them was freaking S. I was not allowed to use not once those letters within that essay. What did it do? It intensified my vernacular. It made me look to other things, other words to lean on. It made me dig into the dictionary and the lexicon of words that exist on the planet in order to deliver the message so that I didn't just lean on the same shit everybody was leaning on. I didn't like him at first. But then when he got moved, after those few months, and he was going to be moving, and I found out, I didn't even realize I loved this dude. He's probably one of my most impactful teachers ever, because he challenged me. I didn't want to do that shit. Why they can't do that? Why I got to do this shit? I didn't want to do it. But I thank God every day that he saw what he saw, and he felt that I was just a smart dude and trying to hustle top of his class. He put them extra work. He put them extra weights on my bench. So I come from a different, when it comes to teaching and understanding, you know what I mean? The company that I work for, I could count at least 9, 10 of these people that are my peers now. They went through my gauntlet. They did the work. We had the dinners outside of work. We got together. We did all of those things. One of them went to another department, got promoted. This motherfucker is higher than me now in the company. And this was one of my soldiers. Now, I could have been higher, but the department I was in, you know, it makes money, so I was being greedy. But nonetheless, trusting the process. We talk about our blackness. We talk about how we're going to move forward as a community. We talk about all these things we're going to do. But we can't even trust the goddamn process. Because we can't trust ourselves. That's what I'm saying. Let's keep it going.
My voice too. I'm like, Dr. V, like, you're yelling at me. I'm not gonna redo it. I'm here to present with my group. Like, I'm here to get this done and get out. And she's like, you need to get out. Like, I want you to leave. And I'm like, leave?
I'm not gonna do it your way. I'm gonna do what I came to do, and then I'm gonna get out. Remember, they're presenting within a class setting. She's doing some, everybody else is playing violin. She wanna play the drums. And she said, I'm here to do my shit.
No, like, I'm here for my group project. Turn the comments off. How do I do that? Oh, and she told me to get out of the classroom, and I literally refused. I was like, I'm not going to leave. This is our final exam, and I didn't do anything wrong other than responding to what you said to me because I did not say anything to her. She's telling me to get out of the class. I'm like, no, I'm not going to. She's upset at this point. She leaves, and she's talking to another teacher in the hallway. At that point, I guess, is when they decided to call the police.
1 or 2 time, y'all. 1. Should she have left the classroom as requested? That's 1. Or 2, should she have remained within the classroom? 1, her ass should have left. 2, she should have stayed just like she did. Talk to us. Peace and love and light to Harris Tribe Media Group. I'm gonna be throwing that out in a few minutes. Throw that so that y'all come and jump in. Come on. 1, she should have took her ass out. Gabrielle said -1. Right. Dawn said 1. BB, Gabrielle said -1. Dawn said 1. BB said 1. Salute to you and wifey. I agree. Let's keep it going.
Campus police comes, and it is a black officer at first. I'm not usually one to mention race, but I think it is a little bit necessary in this instance because I do go to a historically black college, and for this to happen to me and it be so provoked by people who are not of black descent, it hurts. So I feel like I do have to mention that. The black officer comes in, he asks me what's going on. I tell him everything. The class is telling him everything. As I'm telling my story, my professor comes back in. Yes, officer, I want her taken out. I'm like, whoa. He's like, whoa, I'm talking to her, I'm listening to her. So wait, we're talking, another officer comes in, and he is a white officer. He comes in and he's like, okay, so your options are you, I'm gonna have to take you out. I'm like, what? Like, take me out? Take me out how? So, yeah.
So Harris tried to salute Andrea and Victor Freeze. Is Vic in the spot? All right, so how many ways can maybe I'm gonna be rude saying this. How many ways do you respond to get the fuck out? How many ways? How do you respond to get the fuck out? Let's not even go that deep. How do you respond to please leave? You are creating a disturbance. You don't even have to say you're creating a disturbance. Please leave. Please leave. How hard is that? You know she ain't feeling what you're doing. She told you. You decided to come and throw whatever the fuck that she didn't want from you in her face, which would potentially derail the exercise that's going to impact the others, because what that's called is a learning exercise. Even in corporate America, there's things that we call, a feeding exercise. What is a feeding exercise? When I have a special meeting where I have somebody, one of my employees that functions at a high level in a particular area, one that functions, in the middle in a particular area, and one that is a low performer. And what I do is I have conversations and create little exercises where I pick what we call a low, a mid, and a high. All right. And what happens is we play the low. The mid speaks to what they see in terms of the low behavior. Then we have the same thing happens when we play the mid for the high. And what it is, it's a growing process. So it's not just critiquing, it's a growing process, right? But it was lost on her. I guess she's gonna put herself through motherfucking college and create her own goddamn curriculum, right? Let's keep it going.
Like they said, it is important because the black officer, he's a very well-known officer on our campus. He's never given anybody any problems. He's actually pretty cool, and he was doing his best to not arrest me. He was trying to have a conversation, and the white officer came in and was like, yeah, you're either gonna get out or I'm gonna have to get you out. And I'm like, okay. At this point, I'm like, Dr. V, you're gonna let them arrest me?
Somebody comes to your crib. I'm going to use an analogy, and I don't give a shit. I'm going to tailor it towards my argument, right? I have different events in my crib. Sometimes we have the card games. Sometimes we watch the football game. Sometimes, it'll just be a dinner. Sometimes we do the prayer meeting, the Bible study, right, on the Tuesday. But you decide that you're going to come to my crib when we're doing the Bible study on the Tuesday, dressed in the Sunday football outfit. So you're gonna be naked, but you're just going to have, Dallas Cowboys, logos painted all over your body and shit. Body paint. So you're going to come to my shit. And I done told you that what you're planning to do is not congruent in line with what I'm doing. So now you're gonna come with your Dallas Cowboy titties to my wife's, Bible study on Tuesday. And I tell you that I told you and I ask you to leave. And you tell me you're not going to leave. I let you know I want you to go, and you tell me you're not going to. So at this point, what am I left to do? What am I left to do? Great question, right? Do I physically remove you from that place? Do I attempt to make you scared in order to make you acquiesce to my whims or my will? Or do I utilize the system that's already set in place to handle situations like this? That's a question. Let's go.
And she's like, yes, Dr. V, Dr. Villagomez, Cynthia Villagomez. Yes, say that name in here so y'all know.
Cynthia Villagomez. All right.
We're emailing about, because I'm sending emails, my class is sending emails, friends are sending an email, send an email. If not, that's okay too. I'm not pressuring you. So the white officer comes in, he says that, I said that to Dr. V, and she's like, wait, hold on. She's trying to, like, you know, fix herself. She's like, okay, either apologize or you need to leave. I said apologize. Now, the old me, I'm sure I would have apologized, but at that moment, I knew that I was not the one in the wrong. I didn't start the situation. I didn't escalate the situation. I knew I was not wrong. So I'm just.
Apologize. Apologize. Come on, Leila. Come on, Leila. What's the mission you fighting? What's the plan? What's the strategy? What's the battle tactics? What's the rules of engagement? You know what I'm saying? Put me on. What's good? I don't understand. I don't understand. What fight are you fighting that something as simple as a fucking apology is something that you would use to imprison yourself? I said it. Imprison yourself. All right. Let's go.
Like, okay, apologize for what? Apologize because you yelled at me and you dropped the F-bomb? Yes, I did drop the F-bomb and told you I'm not fucking stupid. That's what I told you. So I'm.
You cussed at your motherfucking college professor in class. Let's not forget these things. Because I want to make sure I elucidate that for anybody that feels that any of this shit was acceptable on her part.
Sorry, the F-bomb hurt your feelings. So sorry, baby, we're grown. If that was worth an arrest, let me know. Let me know. According to my mom, it wasn't. But continuing, I said, Dr. V, are you going to apologize to me?
Was it worth an arrest? Was it worth an arrest? Was it worth an arrest? According to your mom? Do you realize how you just threw your mom under the bus, my love? According to your mom, was it worth an arrest? That question is for your ass. Last time I checked, you were asked to leave. Last time I checked, you were advised that what you were doing was incongruent to the task that was set within the curriculum for everyone else. But you decided to do it your own way. And even after you were warned, you stated, well, I didn't care. I did that. The same thing that you said was something easy for you. You chose an easy, quote unquote, solution, which was not a solution because it was not accepted, but it was easy for you. And then you decided that you still was going to do that incongruent shit when everybody else had to do something else. You admitted to cussing at the teacher. At some point, it was stated that the teacher advised you this is not what the assignment was, and she stated she advised you before. And you stated you were still going to do it. And then she advised you that this would negatively impact your grade. What is wrong with that? It's the truth. Grading people based on curriculums and the information that they're, required to learn. Those curriculums, I deliver those curriculums in corporate America. As street as I may seem, I do it at a high level. I've given jobs to hundreds and hundreds of Black people. I've had to eliminate the jobs of a multitude of Black people as well. So, man, let me let this play.
I came in, I sat with my group, I didn't say anything to you. You decided to start yelling at me as soon as the fire alarm went off about my essay. So she was like, no, I'm not going to apologize. I'm like, what? So then I'm like, wait, well, tell me what I'm apologizing for. Tell me what I'm apologizing for. At that moment, I'm talking to the Black officer. I'm talking to my professor. The white officer is like, yeah, go ahead and take her. You have to go get her. To the Black officer. So the Black officer is like, okay, turn around. I'm about to put these handcuffs on you.
All right.
Okay. So, at this point, 1, if you believe the teacher was in the wrong. 2, if you believe Ms. Leila was in the wrong. I need some chat help over here. Wait till I see some of my folks up in here. 2 times 2. 2. All right. I see Gabrielle. I see Dawn. Thank you. Thank you. So, you guys got me feeling blessed. You guys got me feeling blessed over here. And so I got to apologize to you. When I saw the video, I got annoyed by it, and I went and did some research, and I went flipping through YouTube, flipping through TikTok to see what does the community feel about it. And based on every single video that I was able to go through, and I went through at least about 40 something of them, none of them felt what I was feeling. So I gotta say, I apologize. When I was like, yo, I'm finna get canceled because I couldn't find one fucking TikTok video. Well, it's TikTok, right? But I couldn't find one TikTok video where somebody was emoting what I felt. So, I got to salute to the people that watch this show as well, because you are a high elevated level of thinkers, and I appreciate you. That's why. So when I see you agreeing with me, it was like, whoa, I thought I was, that's what it is. But not doing this all night. What I am going to do, though, is my rant. I'm going to do a rant, but my rant is going to be based on what I've seen, all right? And before the rant, let me see what the love is looking like. Young lady, I don't think race was the issue with her. Maybe you, though. Exactly. Listen, y'all. BB Nice is an easy name to remember. Go check her out. She got the voice of an angel. She got the voice of an angel. All right? Voice of an angel. BB Nice. She sings on her shorts. All right? But in college, she paid attention to the curriculum and she listened to the professor. So, peace, BB Nice. Gabrielle said, it reminds me of the guy that hops on the bus without paying and gets everyone late to work because he won't get off and the driver won't move until he gets off. Coming from Brooklyn, New York, I know I've seen that guy. There's several of those guys on YouTube, YouTube shorts or TikTok videos or IG reels or whatever, where you see that happen. So it's the truth. All right. BB Nice said, I wonder how she felt she helped her team now. Exactly. Andrea, you was in the wrong the whole time, young lady. Something's wrong with this generation of children. No, thank you. Because that's saying you did your thing, girl. So here's what we're gonna do. Let me get rid of this other thing here. Some of the ones that annoyed me the most, I'm going to share with y'all. All right? I'm going to share with y'all. And I may not seem like a nice guy. It's okay. It's okay. You know, I'm a discerning taste, right? So let's talk. We're going to watch this one here and see what this beautiful sister has to say.
I'm not sure who the student is. I definitely hope that she's okay. The next step should definitely be to lawyer up. And I would advise the school to start righting that wrong, outside of a normal apology, giving lawsuit.
I really think it's up to that school to start writing that law. What school you went to? Do you understand how laws are written? Do you even understand how this process works? But since you want to bring up law, let's talk about it. Do you know the law, the one law that plays a part in this whole situation? I'm going to teach you about that law. It's called trespassing. What does trespassing involve? There's two types of trespassing. Trespassing involves where you enter onto a property or a space that is clearly has insignia stating that it is off limits and not to trespass. And you purposely go to that place, even though being advised you should not. That's one piece of trespass. There's another type of trespass. It's post-request trespass. And what do I mean by that? If the owner, proprietor, officer of said establishment, or a prominent party within an establishment, or a party that's given power to denote movement within that establishment, i.e. a store manager, i.e. a security guard, they have the ability to ask you to leave or trespass you temporarily or perpetually, in perpetuity, which means forever, from a particular location. And once you're an officer of that location, you have the ability to do so. So let's talk the legality of it. That professor at the state university, because we're going to talk about a lot of this. We're going to talk about HBCUs as well. Can anybody tell me who owns the HBCUs? Just to get the point that I'm making. Can anyone tell me who owns the HBCUs? One person, somebody put in the chat, so I move forward. I'm like, participate more before the demon juice, has its way with me. Anybody? All right. In a few more seconds, no answer. We'll just say that the Lord wants me to give y'all an aha moment. So, for the record, y'all, historically Black colleges and universities, they're not owned by Black people. We don't own them. So when y'all having those Deion Sanders conversations and all of that stuff about what we need to do and what they need to do and we need to do for our people and all of that, right? Gabriel's, it's funny. He said, Caucasians. So technically, if we actually only equate to 12 or 13.5% of as Black people of the population, then technically what he's saying is correct, right? Be me nice at the government. Yes. So guess what, y'all? Here's a little extra news for you. HBCUs are owned by the state. Give you another hint. That's why a good majority of them got the name state behind their name. Tennessee State, Jackson State, Winston-Salem State. You understand? And they will have the state name within their title. North Carolina A&T, Florida A&M, Delaware State University. That was the first one, right? Pay close attention. Just a week ago, we had a multitude of our Black people clamoring for why this man named Deion Sanders, who took a low-paying job out of sacrifice, gave half of his salary to buy stuff for the school and all of that. And I don't even think y'all realize that he's doing that for an organization, for a state. You know how many motherfuckers cheat on their state taxes and don't pay their state taxes? Go exempt on state taxes and all this stuff like that. These are state schools. These are state-funded schools, okay? Hold on one second. Hold on one second. I'm about to show you something, all right? I'm about to let y'all hear from one of the wisest white ladies I know, all right? You know who she is. You've seen her on the previous show. Let me put this microphone over there so y'all can hear her. Alexa, how were HBCUs created?
From news.com, HBCUs were founded and subsidized by states, the federal government, philanthropists, or churches to educate Black Americans who were barred from attending majority white colleges.
Thank you. You heard it yourself. The HBCUs are state institutions. State institutions. State. You know what? We're going to give you the why. Hold on. I'm going to let you hear her again. Alexa, why were HBCUs created?
From ecf.org, historically Black colleges and universities, HBCUs, were created to provide more educational opportunities to African Americans in the South following the Civil War.
So when we get these folks talking about this and that going on at an HBCU school, those are state schools. You know why they were created? And this is probably where some of my cancellation may come from. Because niggas wasn't allowed in the other schools because the other schools didn't want us to sit in the same room with their children. They had a mental methodology in terms of race, and they didn't want the school to injure them, quote unquote, injure them with our plight and having us in the room with their children. So what does that mean? It means that HBCUs were created specifically out of segregation. HBCUs were not created by Black people. HBCUs were created to house Black people. HBCUs were not created by Black people. HBCUs were created in the initial throes of the the successes of our civil rights movement. I'm talking about the pre-Martin movement. We got freedom. We were freed. We had the ability to do all of these things, you know, life in the pursuit of happiness, right? However, we did not have the same tools in order to gain that happiness because we were still denied by Jim Crow and other state laws from accessing that. There was a lot of states that refused, that were not down with the integration. You saw videos of people being forced into schools, 7, 8 children trying to go to a school and a bunch of white people out in the front. You know the videos, the images. So HBCUs were created as a place so them niggas can learn. It's the truth. It may sound nasty when I say it, but it's the truth. And when I say it like that, I don't want to take away anything from the experience that those folks have had and the greatness that HBCU alums have brought to the table, because I know many of them, my little brother included, okay? So I get it. But when we talk about HBCUs and the amount of people that utilize HBCUs within this particular argument, it's totally disingenuous. It's totally disingenuous. How can we allow these non-black people? You can't allow shit in some shit that you don't own. The states could close every one of them down. And the only thing that's going to be is a protest. But I digress, right? So let's see what you folks are saying over here. When will we stop the generational dysfunction? I ask humbly. Correct. Occasions of government. Okay. Okay, so when you break that down, then according to what party dominates that, you know the rest. All right. All right. When you said wise white woman, I thought you were talking about Jane Elliott. You're funny. So at this point, we got one of them out of the way, right? Let me see somebody else. Who else do we have here? Let me pull one up.
This situation is so fucked in so many ways, and I wanted to figure out some of the aftermath, like what's happened. Extremely disappointed. Look at this letter from the Chancellor of Winston-Salem State University. We understand that weaponization of police is a prevalent problem in our community. However, that's not what happened in this incident. So you're saying the police weren't weaponized in this incident. What the fuck do you think that police weaponization looks like? We strive for a safe, inclusive, thriving, and intellectual community where all faculty, staff, and students feel respected and supported. Really? The fact that this is an HBCU and the professor is a cream-skinned woman, and she felt so scared of her, 20-year-old black female student that she had to bring law enforcement. We know there wasn't an actual threat like guns because police are too afraid to go into schools like that. Just say you're afraid of black women and move.
So here's my first response to her. You look familiar, boo. You look familiar. You remind me of one of them white chicks I might have smashed during undergrad. But then I stopped smashing because one day you told me I didn't act black enough. Away with you. Fuck out of here. You're pressing oppression. You're attempting to imprint oppression upon us. Did you pay attention to anything that took place? Anything at all? Here's going to be my repetitive piece. This was nothing than a simple case of criminal/misdemeanor trespass. I tell you to get the fuck out, and you chose not to. I told you get the fuck out, and you chose not to. Trespass. Shut up.
You're trying to embarrass me about my paper. You're a terrible teacher. Is somebody recording this?
So the video that I stitched is from Winston-Salem State University. And it is a video of a Black female student, femme-presenting student, being arrested by police for reactionary yelling at her professor when the professor had yelled at her. And
I got to pause that real quick. Of a Black female student, femme-presenting student. Listen, femme-presenting student. She sounds super woke, don't she? So before we continue the rest of the show, I just wanted to make sure that I share with the YouTube community. My pronouns are Jim Jam Zabadawi. Okay? Those are my fucking pronouns. Jim, Jam, and Zabadawi. But don't call me that yet because I don't know how to spell the shit. So you can say it, but don't write it down. Those are my pronouns. Jim, Jam, and Zabadawi. Shit. Let's keep this going.
You're trying to embarrass me about my paper. You're a terrible teacher. Is somebody recording this?
So the video that I stitched is from Winston-Salem State University. And it is a video of a Black female student, femme-presenting student, being arrested by police for reactionary yelling at her professor when the professor had yelled at her and tried to publicly embarrass her for her paper's grade in the class. The professor in the video, which you should go watch all the way through, repost, comment, so that we can make sure to get it around as much as possible. The white teacher towards the end of the video, you see attempts to apologize for the student's behavior and disruption in the class. And of course, this is not just traumatizing for the student who's being arrested, but the rest of the students in the class, because this is a predominantly Black school. It's an HBCU. She should be fired. She should not only be fired, but I genuinely believe that this is a hate crime and that she should be arrested. So please go back to the original video, like, comment, share, so that we can make sure that this gets around to the right people and gets enough traction that she gets punished for her actions, for weaponizing not only her whiteness, but the police against one of the students that she is meant to be protecting and meant to be helping. I'll see you guys later. Bye.
You ain't gonna see me later. I ain't fucking with your page. Yo. Part of me wants to save this point for the end. Did you hear everything that she was saying? And she said wrong shit. She said that she was embarrassing her about her grade. This is when people's outrage, people look for racial outrage so that they can coalesce with. They want to jump onto the outrage and the emotion, and it's to the point where their heart beats with that outrage at such a high pitch and such a high intonation that they fail to hear from the hearing piece. She did not get a grade. She attempted to perform on a stage where they were doing ballet and she wanted to do tap, and the professor or the maestro or the choreographer said, "This is not the dance we're doing. This is not the dance we're doing. We're doing this dance." And she still chose to do it. And the professor advised her, "Please understand that not doing what I stated will negatively impact your grade." So I work in corporate America, and there was one point in terms of my level at the job where we had performance boards, metrics, and electric boards where it had the scores. It had the stats of the different people that perform. So you knew who was number 1. You knew who was number 21. You knew who was number 41. Because you can see the stats and you can see the scores. So now, if we on a basketball court and you the shittiest person with a handle, we're not gonna make you take it through the paint. We're not gonna make you go on the pick and roll. We know because you suck at a certain thing, but you may have a dope outside shot. So we may kick it out to you in the 3. But we recognize your skill sets as well as your Achilles heels. So where is the embarrassment? They all in school together. And let's make believe there was 28 other students. All 28 of them did the job they were supposed to do, but you didn't. And now your fuckery is going to negatively impact you as well as the other 3 or 4 people that were in that study group that were supposed to be doing this together. But nobody could tell your ass this was wrong. Where is the racial aspect of it? Because it's and I'm referring to that last woke person with the, with the horns on. Talking about this cream-skinned woman. You know what's the most sickening thing about this whole dilemma? I actually feel like the racism is being leveraged and wielded in the opposite direction. In the opposite direction. But everybody is so woke that motherfuckers is asleep. Let's keep it going, yo. Hold on, I'm sorry, man. Let's keep this going. Yes, Dawn. Her pronoun is boom shakalaka. She's boom on Tuesdays. Wednesday is shaka. She hits laka on Sundays. That's after she go to church and rinses her sins away. You know what I mean? But you got to know Dawn to understand. Gabrielle said, when I Googled the story, most articles have the same title. Black student refuses to apologize to white teachers. It's dangerous how they want to make this racial. Yes. And you elucidated the point. That's what I'm saying, man. My tribe chooses me, man. I appreciate y'all. Real talk. We're going to keep it going. So you see the next piece. Let's keep it going. Which one do I touch first? You're going to go with this one.
Black people and stuff, but you let this happen to her? Come on now. No, you have to.
It's so telling how the police can be so easily weaponized to attack Black bodies in this country, even in spaces where Black people are the majority. This non-Black teacher decided that she was going to contact the police on a student in her classroom. Apparently, according to the student and other students in the classroom, the teacher yelled at the student because she disputed her grade. And when the student yelled back, the teacher called the cops.
No! Listen to what the freaking girl told you!
Over Black bodies in Black spaces? Utterly disgusting. And which even sadder, the cops, the non-Black cop who was trying to arrest her and manhandling her, said that he was going to arrest any other students who were trying to intervene on her behalf. So when even trying to protect Black bodies by Black people, the police are weaponized. Winston-Salem, what you gonna do about this? And what are you going to do in the future about allowing non-Black people into Black spaces? Because clearly safety is an issue.
You hear this bullshit? Did you hear this? For one, you were wrong. It wasn't about a grade. But the heartbeat of your outrage is so high, or the heartbeat of your desire to be outraged about something racial is at such a high level of resonance, you're not even able to hear what your perceived victim told your ass. There was no grade. It was the final assignment. The professor advised her that if you understand that you continue down this path, it will impact your grade. What was wrong with her saying that in front of the rest of the class? You ever heard of families with 5, 6, 7 children? Hell yeah, big brother gets their ass whooped in front of all the rest because they know this your big brother. He could whoop your ass. Look what he gets. Anybody could get it. When do we teach ourselves how not to be just these enraged animals that just don't want to follow any rule? And when we're held accountable for it, it's put us in a position where now it's something racial. She cussed at her college professor. She cussed at her college professor. We talk about, and then we talk about, I'm going to sound red pill again, we talk about submission, and we requesting submission from people. But if men are requesting submission, even the ones that say that, the ladies that say those men earn the submission, there's certain men that earn submission, right? If men request submission, do you really believe that she's going to be the one that delivers that submission? Do you know there's people that would spend a few $100s to tip their college professor in order to get a good grade? There's chicks that's out there that sleep with their college professors to get a good grade. This college professor simply advised you before the assignment that you didn't do it the right way. I saw absolutely zero humility. Zero. And oh yeah, BB Nice said, or a distraction for the wrong reaction or retraction. Andrea said, this is not racial. This is a young lady who did not listen to her teacher to redo her assignment. That's it. That's all. All right. Gabrielle said, red herring. BB Nice said, what do you expect, Chef? A lot of these children mimic their parents. Thank you for, Andrea said, right, Chef? But thank you, BB Nice, for inspiring the next clip that I got. Because I ain't keeping y'all here all night. But we finna talk about these parents. Listen closely. I ain't making this shit up.
Standing there letting this happen. Exactly. I hate you.
As an HBCU graduate, I'm disgusted. And one thing I know for certain, if that was my child, there would be somebody else going to the police station because I would be after that woman. How dare you? We go to HBCUs to feel safe, to feel protected. And as a teacher, you call the police because she wouldn't apologize? I suggest you collect all of your belongings and refrain from going to that campus ever again. How dare you? And then try to gaslight the students by saying you're de-escalating. You call the police on a student for yelling. You couldn't just put her out of the classroom, give her an F? You ought to be ashamed to call yourself a teacher.
Okay. Mama. So let's talk about what she stated. She stated that she would be going to jail. So what she's stating is that in terms of reviewing everything that took place, that you would do something potentially. Now making an assumption that it would involve some degree of violence because she stated jail, but let's say it was something that involved at least a felony or a high-level misdemeanor that would, get you some jail time. She would perform some level of behavior that would get her that type of punishment based on everything that she had seen. How is that possible? What she did was not what was part of the grade. And for the record, she stated that you had her arrested for not apologizing. I don't have to replay the shit over. She was not arrested for not apologizing. She was not. She was asked, for one, why would they call police? Why would they call police? Let me help y'all out again. There was a reason I gave you the information previously. HBCUs are what schools? State schools, state-owned schools. So a private university has the ability to hire its own private security or contracted security companies to provide security at those institutions of higher learning. It is a state school, which means that the people that work on there come through the state police, not even the city police. They can have a police force within the city where that state school is. But it's state police because it is a state school. There ain't no regular security because it's a state property. So the state is who polices that. So what do you do when you got somebody in your goddamn room or in your goddamn state building or whatever that refuses to leave? What do you do when you're a responsible party that tells them to get the fuck out? What do you do? Pardon my French. Demon juice, y'all. What do you do? What? I need to know. I need to know. I need to know what you teaching your kids. I need to know what you teaching your kids about when somebody tells them to get the fuck out. What do you do? When somebody tells you who's above their success, who has a hand in this, and says, this is not what I wanted. And your child says, well, I did it and it was easy for me. College projects ain't supposed to be easy. It's the gauntlet of education. It's to stir your brain. It's not just to be relaxed and easy. I got you, Dre. I'm going to bring, hold on one second. Let me remove something here because I don't want to lose where I'm at. You know what? Yeah. I'm putting this link out now. So if y'all want to join the conversation, I have a couple of clips to play, a few more clips to play. But if y'all want to join the conversation, come through. Let's do this because literally I wasn't going live tonight. If you see me, maybe that's my niche right now. If you see me, that means I'm feeling it. I'm not being lazy. I'm still learning this YouTube thing. I'm still trying to become, somebody that can continuously provide you with intellectual debauchery, but I gotta feel it. If I'm faking it, I ain't feeling it. So, this one, I think, and Andrea sent me this shit. I got pissed off, and I told her how pissed off I was, and I was like, yo, man, I love you, man. I thank you. I appreciate you for sending me this shit, because I was like, yo, I'm going live tonight, yo. All right? So, let me pin this. Yeah, Andre, we bring that fire, man. You know what I mean? She gonna scream about breakfast. So, what we're gonna do, while she's doing her thing, I'm gonna go and bring the next message. All right? We're gonna bring the next one here. Which one was this?
Black people and stuff, but you let this happen to her? Come on now. No, you have
It's so telling how...
Hey! What up, lady? What's good?
What up, Chef? You know what? See, this irritates me, and I'm irritated too. Okay. Number one, she a little disrespectful for me. Number two, she ain't got no home training. Number three, if I told you to get out my classroom because you're disrespectful and disrupting my classroom, yes, I'm going to call campus police on you. Who the hell you think you are? I'm the teacher. See, that's the problem. She thought she was better than the teacher. She thought she can just, if a teacher tells you to redo the assignment, you redo the assignment. And then you cuss at the teacher too?
Hi, Andrea. Good to see you today. Hey, I hope everything is good with you. Hello. Look, I'm gonna bring somebody else that you gonna help me meet through Pandy. Hey, she just dropped. Come back when you're ready, BB Nice. I need you to sing for us. You might end up clearing out the show with one of your songs tonight, because I think I need the voice of an angel to bring me off this high I'm on right now. You know what I mean? Here she go. You know, I'm at BB Nice and Pandy's hair care. There she go. Look at the cheeks. Look at that shape up, yo. Edges on fleek. That's what I'm saying. And she got the voice.
Hey, Andrea. How you doing, Chef?
What's going on, my sister? How are you?
Great, great. This conversation is much needed.
Yes, ma'am. Please.
Yeah.
My network, they normally accustomed to hearing Andrea yell at them. So I want you to, I want you to bring some of your magic, because I'm gonna try and get you to sing for us before we end the show. Cause I need to end it in a smooth note. You feel me? But talk to us.
So my issue is the fact that people are not understanding the bigger problem that is going on with our youth. Number one, it really stems from their parents, because you see a lot of these children emulating their parents to the highest level. But on another note, you have the parents actually following the children. In this instance, what I would have told my daughter is, and I always tell my children, if the teacher asks you to do something, you do it. You don't argue back and forth with an adult, because first of all, their job is to teach. And in so many of our communities, the teachers have to get your children together. Like, let me just break this down. We got a job to do as parents. Our jobs as parents is to get our children to school ready to learn. But a lot of times, that's not what happens. So what happens is the teacher spends a multiple amount of time trying to structure the class before they can actually get the lesson. So I say that to say this. When she came in there, I'm just assuming when she came in there, she was already on 100, ready to be disruptive, because she got a 0 on her paper, which in fact, she said she didn't care about that 0. So then she comes in there.
She was gonna get a 0. Remember, she was going to, because she didn't do the assignment yet.
Okay, and she didn't care, remember? So, all right, you already came in there flaming. So now, not only did you come there that way, so then she tells you, the teacher gives you another order. You have to do the assignment, right? Did she not tell her she want her to do the assignment?
Yep, she gave her warning before the actual day of the performance or demonstration of that project that they were working on. The professor had advised her, and what she stated was, first she stated that, it was easy for me, I knocked it out. But then when the professor advised her that it was not the format required, she said, well, I'm just doing it. I'm doing it. So I showed up.
I don't care.
Right. I don't care. And I just showed up so my team wouldn't get a 0.
Diminishing her team, number one. How do you know they wouldn't get a 0 if you wasn't there? Okay. So then okay, the teacher asks her to leave. Let's just skip to where it gets spicy. The teacher asks her to leave and she says no. Why? That was the first no. When she asked you to leave, you should have just left. You and the teacher could have had a conversation at a later time to debate why you got the grade that you got. But no, you made it about yourself. And then you wanted to be combative. So now it's a back and forth. So at that moment, I feel like the teacher did what she thought was in her best interest, because you got her getting loud, cursing, speaking to her in a disrespectful way. So she did de-escalate the problem. She called for help, as she should. The minute she asks you to do something, you do not do it, you are now the threat. But no one, I mean, I'm appalled that people didn't see it that way. I'm more appalled that parents didn't see it that way. I'm a pause on that.
No, I appreciate your feedback. It blew my mind. It blew my mind because something as simple as get out. Get out. You know how many dudes that I'm cool with was like, yo, I don't know what to do. And, you know, you always keep me safe, man. They call me Pup back in, you know, in Brooklyn, right? But it was like, yo, Pup, yo, she ain't trying to leave, yo. She won't leave, man. And I'm not trying to put my hands on her, but she won't leave. I'm like, and you ain't calling the cops either. Man, come on, man. You come on, man. You already know. That's one of the traps. That's one of the traps that we exist in. The disdain for law and order, as well as the excuses when law and order is utilized. What would it have been? Let's talk about what kind of video this would have been and how much more viral it would have gone if that teacher went up in her face and said, bitch, get the fuck out.
Then they would have said, the teacher was wrong. Okay, been in the child's face, cussing her out. Okay, but see, this is the problem. It's this new generation. They self-entitlement, undisciplined, and that tells me, I bet you she had problems raising that child, because that tells me she disrespectful. She don't listen to adults, and when somebody said get out, damn it, I said get out of my classroom. Damn it. Okay, so that tells me she don't listen to an adult. And I will bet you 10 out of 20, she don't listen to her mom and daddy already.
You know what's crazy? I'll say this. I agree with you. What's crazy is even the kids that were agreeing with her, right? What she did and the events that took place allowed her to derail the learning process for all of those other children. And the depths that derailment has is this. It's so public. I wouldn't be surprised if they would have to, the school would have to rethink how they're going to address the final assignment, because now schools, you know, especially the places of higher education, they do recognize trauma. You know, you always know about the self-deletion rule. I won't use the S word, the self-deletion rule. You know, normally the people that are roommates, you know, or housemates with a college student that's self-deleted, normally, you know, they give them 4.0 for the rest of the year. It's real. Because of the trauma. She created a degree of trauma at an HBCU, and I refuse to allow the lie that She was arrested because she did not apologize. She was not arrested because she did not apologize. I'm going to say it one more time. She was not arrested because she did not apologize. She was arrested because she refused to leave. When an officer of a state institution, a state employee, told her to get out of the goddamn room, even if it wasn't a state, even if it was a little private red school in the countryside, the teacher tell you to get out, you get out. All of us know they tell you get out of the class and go to the principal's office, you do it. But this new generation, nah, hell no. But what was it? You felt that you and those of our color outnumbered that other person. And that's why you moved. She did it for the gram. She did it for the gram. She was not arrested because she did not apologize. It's a goddamn lie. She was arrested for trespassing. She was arrested because she did not leave when she was asked to leave. She was disrupting a class that was there, a learning experience for everybody else. Who's more important, her or everybody else in the class that actually did the damn assignment?
And the process from her, from the classroom all the way to her dorm, wherever she had to go to actually make the video, what's unfortunate is she had no adult with any sense to redirect her and let her know what she did was wrong.
You know, it was crazy. There was something else. Part of me, I should have, because remember, I got into my feels about this particular thing, so I didn't get an opportunity to edit down that video in a certain way in pieces, but there was a particular part that stood out. She herself stated that the teacher went to speak to another teacher outside to discuss what she should do. Now, I call it an assumption. I'm assuming that it was a person of color, a black person that she might have spoken to. But in terms of the advice she had gotten from another teacher was, if she does not leave, she has something to do. She has a curriculum to deliver. These are people's finals. There's students that miss family vacations and cruises and trips to Fiji and this, that, and the other because they got to be at finals. How do I get her out of my goddamn room because she's on that bullshit? We're not allowed to tell sisters, you got to leave now. Nobody's allowed to tell a sister, you got to go. But then because young Leila believed that because of the, her highly melanin nature or a more melanated nature than that professor, she thought that she held more sway. So we had to think about that. But remember what I told you. There's people that's like, HBCUs are just as good as Harvard. HBCUs are just as good as Princeton. HBCUs are just as good as Yale, Stanford, USC, Johns Hopkins, NYU. And people saying they're just as good. Is it the mission? Is it the mission statement? Is it the ethos? We talked about how HBCUs were started, and there's no way, peace to my sis, Courtney Michelle, Tennessee State alum, is in no way to denigrate alums or HBCUs. But just in terms of speaking of the actual history, HBCUs were built to fight, or built within the age of segregation. We were free. We were able to enjoy, life, love, and the pursuit of happiness. but we were still not allowed to sit in a college lecture hall next to a white person. But they gave us the freedom and those abilities and the opportunity. So in order for us to have that, and they didn't want us next to them, they gave us our own schools, but they didn't give it to us. It was the state. So all of the HBCUs are state-funded schools. So when we talk about them and we talk about what we should do for them and all of those, please understand they are operated by that state and funded. So you donate, you kind of giving money to the government or taking some off the government. That's what it is. But we have so many people that want to push the race card in terms of this, when I believe this was just an unruly student that happened to be, like she said, the valedictorian of her high school class. And she had a chip on her shoulder thinking that she was going to be the blue pop. I had that same chip on my shoulder. That's why I told y'all the story about Father John Sheehan from Fordham Preparatory High School, Fordham Prep. I didn't like him in the beginning, but I loved him afterwards. Real talk. But he challenged me. He recognized how intelligent he felt that I was, and he felt that all I was doing was that I was moving. He felt like I was a Jordan, but I was moving like something else because I just was able to just put myself in a pocket where I wasn't showing out, but he recognized it and he forced it out of me. That's what we want. So I faced that kind of situation. And it was a little different than hers. He didn't have a problem with the work that I did. He just knew that he could get more out of me. And he gave me different assignments to make sure that he got the best out of me, period. But our sister couldn't even get with what everyone else was getting because, like she said, it was easy, right? So now I want to share this moment here with my sisters, all right? I got 2 more of these clips to play. I want to share this with y'all, and you tell me what you think.
Now, I don't have all the details because it seems like this just happened, and y'all tagged me in a recent video, and I'll show the clip in just a second, of a young black woman at Winston-Salem State University who is allegedly being arrested for not wanting to apologize to a white professor. Now, before we get into the clip, I just want to say that I'm anti-white people being present at HBCUs, whether professors.
You said it was on mute?
Yeah.
Oh, that's weird. Was anybody else able to hear it?
I can hear it.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Let me run it again.
Now, I don't have all the details because it seems like this just happened, and y'all tagged me in a recent video, and I'll show the clip in just a second, of a young black woman at Winston-Salem State University who is allegedly being arrested for not wanting to apologize to a white professor. Now, before we get into the clip, I just want to say that I'm anti-white people being present at HBCUs, whether professors or students, and this is in part the reason. Now, in the clip, you can see the young woman who's in distress saying that you yelled at me first. And it sounds like the teacher was upset because she yelled at her and didn't apologize. And you can hear the other students also talking about the same thing. But I'm going to let y'all see. So roll a clip.
You started yelling at me. You tried to embarrass me about my paper. You're a terrible teacher.
You let this happen to her? Come on now. You yelled at her first. You yelled at her first, but you know her. You yelled at her.
Now, I'm going to tag the person who originally posted the video so you can see the video in its entirety. But there's a few things that we can deduce real quick before even knowing the full details of this interaction. Number one being that the police did not need to use that level of excessive force. She's clearly saying that you're hurting me, and she's not a resisting arrest. There's no reason that the officers could not have tried to de-escalate her and walk her outside the classroom instead of having to cause harm to that student and all the other students who had to watch this young black woman in distress. Now, another thing is, the teacher clearly did nothing to try to de-escalate the situation as well. In fact, it seemed like she was antagonizing the students by continuing to go back and forth with them rather than create a safe space in a classroom. And another thing, this is the problem I have with white people in black spaces. My problem is that we all know the harm that is caused when you call the police on a black child, a black student, a black boy, a black girl, a black woman, a black man. And so for you to be a professor at an HBCU and think that that was an appropriate response in a classroom setting already lets me know that you don't have the level of care and understanding that you need to have for black people in order to be working there. And what's even more sad is that as a college professor, your salary is paid by the students. You are literally working for the students that are in your classroom. So you're taking black money and black dollars and allowing this young black woman to be treated as such. I'm disgusted. I think we all need to reach out to Winston-Salem State University and demand some answers because this doesn't seem right.
Yeah, bro, I think you need to reach out to your urologist and get your nuts untucked. Because guess what? What did you see? You saw police being called on a young woman. You did not see, did you or did you not see someone that she even in her own words stated she was asked to leave? And she did not leave. There was no security guard. There was no big brawny brother to come and remove her from the room. This is a state institution. So when you talk about the black dollars, right? You talk them black dollars, bro. State school. State dollars. Let me help you out. What funds black HBCUs? What funds state colleges, institutions, bro? Taxes. So guess what? That woman, that teacher, that cream, or what you want to call white or non-melanated, last name V.I. Gomez. How would she have to move according to you for you to be pleased? What would she do? What would you want someone who's there responsible for helping your daughter or your son get a 4.0 in college and they love you, and they love your kid? How do you want that person to stop somebody from interfering, causing a distraction, and derailing one of your kids' vital learning situations? Untuck your nuts.
I guess they would have been satisfied if she would have gone through a back and forth with the student. Like, you know, you yelling back and forth. That would have been okay until it escalated to the point where one of them would have got physical. Who, I don't know. But maybe that's what they would have rather saw.
But the thing is, I don't understand how he could say that when the teacher was trying to help the student get a better grade for the whole.
Yes, thank you, Andrea.
He was trying to get her a better grade, and she was trying to help the student. And I just don't understand how you be so disrespectful. And it just says about her home training. I believe it becomes Her parent. I believe the parent or the mama or the daddy. I don't know which one, but she's a little unruly. And I will say this: I don't care if she a valedictorian. She had a chip on her shoulder. She thought she was better. She been unruly in her life somewhere, and it has played out somewhere. I just don't know.
And she has gotten away with it.
Yes, that's true.
Long. She has gotten away. She's been justified because I hear a lot of parents saying it's okay for I want my children to be free to voice their opinion. I hear that a lot.
Me too.
You know, but yeah, you're right. It is okay, but pick and choose and be careful how you come. Think before you speak.
Absolutely.
If it was my daughter, I would have told my daughter she was damn wrong. If teacher told her to leave the classroom, that's what she does.
That's what she does. That's exactly what I would have told.
You can live for another day. We can fight another day.
Correct.
If you feel like this is wrong. But if she told you to do something, you do it. I tell all my kids, if an adult tell you to do something, you move and you say how high.
Right. That's right.
I want to address I just want real quick. I'm sorry, BB. I just want to address the fallacy. It's important we address the fallacy. The fallacy was she was arrested for not apologizing to the professor. You guys seen it. That's not what happened. She was arrested because the professor told her to get fuck out. Get out. After what she was doing was derailing a whole finals presentation. If I know that I stayed up all night and I did everything and I'm ready to do my finals, and then this chick over there who did some other shit, now she's creating some racial stuff when I'm ready to ace it. I'm ready to do my thing. Me and my team of 4 or 5, we did our thing and we ready. We stayed up. We did everything that we were supposed to do. Everything. And you got this one who wants to march by the beat of her own goddamn drum. Got police in here, so now everything is thrown off. Everything. So let's clarify it. She was asked to leave. She refused to leave. She was loud, boisterous, cursing at her admittance that she refused to leave. Professor told her to leave. So can nobody come up? I want somebody to clip this video, take a look at it, and tell me if you're told to leave by your professor or the person who's in charge of that place to go, you're going to sit there and argue with them? Then that means you wanted to make this happen because you knew you was going to take an L. You walked in there with a chip on your shoulder. Was she arrested for not apologizing? No. She was arrested for not leaving. She had one final opportunity because the police, which are the state police, which are the security for state colleges, and that HBCU is a state college, they gave the professor an opportunity to change what was going on. And they asked her, what do you want to do? And she stated, if she apologizes, she can stay. She didn't say, if she doesn't apologize, I want you to lock her ass up. If she apologizes, she can stay. If you disrespected me, in my house, I got a family gathering going, and you disrespect me in front of my house and my family, in front of my kids and all of that, you got to go. And the only way that I will even consider allowing you to stay is if you bow down to my fucking dominance. If you apologize and make sure the rest of them understand that I'm the dominant factor in this piece, period. Then I'll consider letting you stick around.
So everyone that made a response to that video was really equal to her with not listening, number one, because they did not hear what the command was. They were just listening to respond. They didn't actually hear what the actual problem was. And the actual problem was the professor asked her to leave and she did not leave. And that's it. It's plain and simple. But every response we got didn't hear none of that. Or they chose not to listen to none of that.
You know what I believe? And I grew up around a lot of strong-willed sisters. You know what I mean? A lot of strong Black women that have impacted my life, that are still currently impacting my life, including my old lady. And I'll say this. What this whole debacle here is doing, it's literally creating a weird vacuum whereby nobody is allowed to hold our sisters accountable at all. And if that continues generationally, it's not going to be a good thing, because at some point, when do we say that we're wrong? This young sister, this young educated valedictorian sister stated everything that she stated. But was the beauty of it was, I didn't even have to watch the video in the classroom to disagree with everything she said. She literally laid out everything that was wrong about that situation, but viewed it as girl power, Black girl rock. Oh, it's a white lady. Oh, she said she got white. Oh, she loves Black people. That was, you realize that in terms of everything that took place, the first thing she told, one of the first things that they showed you, them talking about, oh, she says she loves Black people. I love Mexican people. I got Mexican friends. I have Caucasian friends that I love dearly. That's the way life works. But in this situation, especially with the groundswell in terms of support, because I swear to y'all, I pushed the show to 7:30. It was supposed to be at 7. I pushed it to 7:30 because I couldn't find one damn clip of anybody that felt what I felt. I couldn't find one damn clip of anyone that said that she was not doing the right thing. All right. Just saying. Gabrielle said the teacher should have gone Denzel Washington the training day on him. The King Kong and got his HTC HBCU Queen TV. Look at her name. HBCU Queen TV.
Hey.
But this is the problem. This is a problem, like when Black girls act bad, and this one she wanted to go viral, and then everybody's like, oh, but baby, you didn't do anything wrong. The teacher is wrong. No, your ass is wrong. And if this is my daughter or my son, I would feel highly disrespectful, and I would be embarrassed to be their parents acting a fool at an HBU school. You know better.
You know what's funny? When some people talk about, when people say stuff like, oh, HBCU is just as good as Yale, Princeton, Harvard, USC, Johns Hopkins, all of these different schools, right? I'm not, when people speak that, here's the thing. What makes a school great is based on the curriculum, the professors, the system that they have, system of excellence, right? So because there's some people that say they don't even understand why there's any non-Black teachers in the HBCU, right? Andrea, who's your favorite Black quarterback?
Michael Vick.
BB, I don't know, BB Nice, I don't know if you're a football fan, but who's your favorite Black quarterback?
I am not.
Okay, so so me and Andrea, you ride in, you ride in the baby seat in the back. We gonna drive.
I'm okay with that. Go ahead and drive.
Right.
Go ahead and drive.
So Andrea said Michael Vick. So I'm a little older than you, Andrea, right? So before Michael Vick, for me, it was Warren Moon.
Yes,
right?
yes, it was. Yes, it was. Houston, Texas.
Okay. The first black quarterback to win a Super Bowl with Doug Williams, right?
Was.
I wasn't really a fan of him at that time. You feel me? So we say there was Warren Moon and there was Michael Vick. Okay. Now.
Hey, Randall Cunningham.
Hey, Big Q, what it do? Hey, y'all, Andrea didn't just take testosterone, y'all. That's her son in the background.
Yeah, that's me, Quentin. Nice to meet y'all.
Hello. All right. So now, Andrea.
Yes.
If there was one quarterback in the NFL that you would want to train your son to be a quarterback, to throw that ball, tell me this person's name, Andrea.
Who I want to train my son?
I'm gonna ask you again. I said, who's the favorite black quarterback, right? The greatest. Okay.
Michael Vick.
Okay. All right. But now I said to you, if you had an opportunity for Quentin, that young king that just jumped on behind your back over there, if you had an opportunity as a child, and when he was a child, to be schooled and mentored by a football player, a quarterback, who would it be?
Well, I mean, I would go with Tom Brady.
That's why we love you.
Do
y'all get it now? Do we get it now? So imagine if we create a vacuum where we remove all of the whiteness, all of the non-blackness. We will find ourselves in a vacuum of our own selves. Meanwhile, only making up 12.5 to 13.5 of this population. That's the whole point. Somebody said that non-black people shouldn't even teach at HBCUs. HBCUs, with no disrespect, because we know we got TC in the spot, but in terms of understanding the cultural and historical significance of HBCUs, at some point, what do we do? What do we do? But I see this dynamic a little differently. So let me check one thing that I have here, because I think
it's unfair. I think it's unfair if I love Michael Vick, and don't get me wrong, I love Michael Vick, but if I want my son to be trained by the best is Tom Brady, who got 7 rings. It don't matter what race he is. He's the best and the GOAT. It's just that simple. That's what's wrong with black folks. You know what? We can teach our own. I don't have a problem with us teaching our own. But white folks can teach us too. Take the values and lessons and take the run with it.
Correct. You're missing the whole point. The job is to teach. And in so many institutions, we don't have good teachers, period. And it does not have anything to do with race. A lot of these teachers are teaching for the money and not for the love of teaching. So it does not matter what race she is. If she's there to do a job and teach you, you are there to learn.
Absolutely. So now, I knew it. Look, I had a feeling. I even told Andrea, I was like, oh, shit, TC going to pop in. She might not like what I got to say.
I had to send her that link. I had to send her the link. I said, girl, you need to get in this conversation.
So you called the state police on me. You see what I'm saying? We're doing it to each other. So now, but I knew it because TC, I mean, obviously, she puts it in the name. She's a major HBCU alumni. She's a major part of HBCU alumni organizations. She's into, the community, educational community. She's a legend over at the mayor's office. She does her thing. So I was like, oh man, she might come from my throat at this point. Now, HBCU Queen TV, TC, did you have an opportunity, because I will run that video back just for you. Did you have an opportunity to see the video that we're discussing, my sister?
No, I didn't see the video. If you don't mind, showing it.
No. For you, listen. HBCU is in the title, fam. And that's part of your name. You feel me?
Hey, BB. Hey, Jess Andrea. Okay, thank you, Jeff.
All right. This is important that you get a taste of this. And all that I beg is that when you do see and listen, don't, because I know you in HBCU politics, don't get political. I want you to just think as mama with a kid. You feel what I'm saying?
Exactly.
And please let them know about your degrees.
Okay. Right now?
Yeah, right now.
I'm an alum of North Carolina A&T, and also alum of Lincoln University of Pennsylvania.
Extremely educated sister that she would work for the mayor's office in a particular city. I ain't gonna tell you where because you know what I mean. I know y'all like her avatar, so I ain't trying to create any new stalkers for my sis. You feel me? So, so hold on. I'm gonna run this backward just for you. So I need you to pay attention now. All right?
Yes.
Cool.
Folks, Winston-Salem State released a statement. Here is what. Video has gone all across the country showing a Winston-Salem State University student. This story is absolutely crazy, folks. This student who was arrested in an altercation with a white professor. Okay, so check this out. It's a TikTok video. It shows 20-year-old Leilla Hamoud getting arrested by University Police Officer Michael Rau. Watch this.
I'm not resisting. You're hurting me really bad, bro. Please get off of me.
And she's still standing there letting this happen. Like, exactly.
I hate you.
It already escalated. She's about to go out and hit him.
I swear to God, I hate you. I swear to God, I hate you. I swear to God, I hate you, bro. You're the worst teacher ever. You can get me taken out of here because I want to apologize. Because I want to apologize. You started yelling at me. You tried to embarrass me about my paper. You're a terrible teacher.
Is somebody recording this? Oh, everybody is. I hope you're recording everybody. Because that's ridiculous. Yes, that really is.
For letting this shit happen.
She sit here and say she loves black people and stuff, but you let this happen to her? Come on now. No, you yelled at her first. You yelled at her first, but you want her to apologize. It doesn't make any sense.
You hear everybody in the class say, I have look at my grades, my GPA, I graduated by 8 points. I'm not no dumb bitch. I'm not stupid, Dr. V. The whole class.
I'm so mad.
If anybody is valedictorian, bitch, what the hell?
Did you ever walk out of the Yeah, you were yelling at her. You were yelling at her. That's ridiculous.
That's BS.
I'm
that's
saying,
BS.
I'm like,
trying to say I'm sorry.
That's.
You're the worst teacher I've ever had.
Leila posted this video to explain exactly what happened in the classroom.
Distracting. So basically, we had a group project assigned as a final, which is probably the dumbest thing, but I'm not here to critique her on her learning. We had a group final, we had to write a paper, and we had to also make up a skit for our group to present. It was 7 of us. I did most of writing the skit just because I wanted to. It was easy and it was fun for me. Well, I thought it was easy. I did the essay as well. She got back to me late, 6 hours before we had to present, actually, saying that my essay was completely wrong and I should revise it, all this shit. And I'm just like, I'm not going back and redoing this essay. That took me 2 weeks and you told me 6 hours before. I'm not redoing it. And I think I'm pretty okay for that. Ew, my camera is dirty. I think that wasn't a bad idea of not redoing it. I didn't feel any type of way, and I still came to the final to present with my group because that was what we were supposed to do. I came, did not say anything when I did come into the class because, like I said, I was already frustrated at the fact that she told me my whole essay was wrong. So I come into class and didn't say anything to her. She's talking, she's assigned us to our groups, and we're going to talk about what we're doing for the project before we actually have to do it. So I'm talking to my group members and come present it. So we talked about that, and she was like, well, it is wrong and you should redo it because it's going to greatly impact your grade. Once again, said I did not care about that because I'm only here to present with my group so that my group does not get a 0 on this. Well, I got hella views. Go look at my story. So, boom, she starts getting loud. She starts yelling at me, telling me this is her class, so it doesn't matter what I think. I'm getting loud back. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you guys. I got loud back. I was raising my voice too. I'm like, Dr. V, like, you're yelling at me. I'm not going to redo it. I'm here to present with my group. Like, I'm here to get this done and get out. And she's like, you need to get out. Like, I want you to leave. And I'm like, leave? No, like, I'm here for my group project. Turn the comments off. How do I do that? Oh, and she told me to get out of the classroom, and I literally refused. I was like, I'm not going to leave. This is our final exam, and I didn't do anything wrong other than responding to what you said to me because I did not say anything to her. She's telling me to get out of the class. I'm like, no, I'm not going to. She's upset at this point. She leaves, and she's talking to another teacher in the hallway. At that point, I guess, is when they decided to call the police, campus police. Campus police comes, and it is a black officer at first. I'm not usually one to mention race, but I think it is a little bit necessary in this instance because I do go to a historically black college, and for this to happen to me and it be so provoked by people who are not of black descent, it hurts. So I feel like I do have to mention that. The black officer comes in, he asks me what's going on. I tell him everything. The class is telling him everything. As I'm telling my story, my professor comes back in. Yes, officer, I want her taken out. I'm like, whoa. He's like, whoa, I'm talking to her, I'm listening to her. So wait, we're talking, another officer comes in, and he is a white officer. He comes in and he's like, okay, so your options are you're gonna get out of the class, I'm gonna have to take you out. I'm like, what? Like, take me out? Take me out how? So, yeah, like they said, it is important because the black officer, he's a very well-known officer on our campus. He's never given anybody any problems. He's actually pretty cool, and he was doing his best to not arrest me. He was trying to have a conversation, and the white officer came in and was like, yeah, you're either gonna get out or I'm gonna have to get you out. And I'm like, okay. At this point, I'm like, Dr. V, you're gonna let them arrest me? And she's like, yes, Dr. V, Dr. Villagomez, Cynthia Villagomez. Yes, say that name in here so y'all know who we're emailing about, because I'm sending emails, my class is sending emails, friends are sending an email, send an email. If not, that's okay too. I'm not pressuring you. So the white officer comes in, he says that, I said that to Dr. V, and she's like, wait, hold on. She's trying to fix herself. She's like, okay, either apologize or you need to leave. I said apologize. Now, the old me, I'm sure I would have apologized, but at that moment I knew that I was not the one in the wrong. I didn't start the situation, I didn't escalate the situation. I knew I was not wrong. So I'm just like, okay, apologize for what? Apologize because you yelled at me and you dropped the F-bomb? Yes, I did drop the F-bomb and told you I'm not fucking stupid. That's what I told you. So I'm sorry the F-bomb hurt your feelings. So sorry, baby, we're grown. If that was worth an arrest, let me know. Let me know. According to my mom, it wasn't. But continuing, I said, Dr. V, are you going to apologize to me? I came in, I sat with my group, I didn't say anything to you. You decided to start yelling at me as soon as the fire alarm went off about my essay. So she was like, no, I'm not going to apologize. I'm like, what? So then I'm like, wait, well, tell me what I'm apologizing for. Tell me what I'm apologizing for. At that moment, I'm talking to the black officer. I'm talking to my professor. The white officer is like, yeah, go ahead and take her. You have to go get her. To the black officer. So the black officer is like, okay, turn around. I'm about to put these handcuffs on you.
All right, folks, Winston-Salem State released a statement. Here is what they said. We received a report that there was a significant commotion in Carolina Hall this morning. And as such, a WSSU employee nearby called for the assistance of law enforcement after they tried to de-escalate the situation. We understand that the weaponization of police is a prevalent problem in our community. However, that is not what happened in this incident. We strive for a safe, inclusive, thriving, and intellectual community where all our faculty, staff, and students feel respected and supported. To that end, we will take swift and appropriate measures against any situation that contradicts those ideals.
TC.
Wow. Mm-hmm.
All right. Now, you are actually an authority on this, right? Because you've gone to HBCU. You are somebody that I would consider a bastion and a supporter of HBCU culture, right? So,
yeah.
So one of the things that I'd like to ask you is, and I'm going to ask them closed-ended first. What did you think about, first off, just by virtue of what the young lady was stating, her name is Leila. What do you think that she was right within that specific situation based upon her words?
No.
Okay. So that eliminated the next closed-ended question. So now I want to allow you an opportunity to expound and tell me what you, as a highly accomplished student who's gone through the gauntlet of pedagogy, which is different type of teaching. Let's talk.
So let me just say this. Gabriel 7, you had it highlighted, Chef. Said, when I was young, I was a dumbass until me and my father's belt started dating. Facts. Absolutely.
And he had a Haitian dad, which means it was that big brown, thick leather one.
Ooh, that thick leather.
It had the 2 holes. You know what I mean? It was the thick one.
Yes.
Right. So go ahead.
Okay. I was informed about this last night, but I didn't get a chance to see any clips. I didn't get a chance to see any clips that were, that gave the details that you just gave. So, I was really upset. Again, here we go with another HBCU situation. However, I'm going to say this: in 2023, we're going to see more of this happening. She was wrong. She did not want to apologize. I'm not upset at a teacher telling the student, the essay was wrong, or it wasn't, you didn't do it the way that I said that it was supposed to be done. You need to do it over again. I mean, there are many papers that I've had to have been retracted, given in, and had to do all over again. Okay, I've had papers where they would actually
the night before,
the chef. I had and this is the thing, a teacher that cares will one call me and said, you're gonna have to do this over. And I'm like, what? And I went and I picked up the paper because the teacher actually came to my dorm and I had to do it over and get it ready. And that's life. In life, you're gonna have projects. You're gonna have you all are content creators. Sometimes you plan for certain things. Sometimes even in your chat, even in your panels and chats, things happen that you did not know were gonna happen, or right before technology, all kinds of things can go virtual. They can go wrong.
This was supposed to be an hour and a half rant. So we had 3 hours and 27 minutes. 7 minutes.
Yeah.
This is part of the game. Okay.
Exactly. And because this lady was not African American, I think that she would have done the same thing, honestly, because I think that if it's in you, it's in you. I think that this young lady has a lot of entitlement issues. I think that she's a little spoiled brat. She said that her mother told her that she wasn't wrong for saying the F word, that she was okay for saying that. She's just, if all of that is absolutely is what she said it out of her mouth. So
I'm gonna cut you off.
Can I just jump in really quickly? Because another thing I noticed watching, every time I watch it, I notice something a little different. First of all, this professor was reduced to actually explaining to these students. Okay.
Exactly.
And then she still was going to give this girl grace for being so disruptive and said, if you just apologize, you can stay. Boom. Let alone the first thing she asked her to do is leave, and she just did not. She said, I wasn't going to leave. She's first of all telling the professor what she ain't going to do.
Right. Oppositional. Absolutely.
Especially within the dynamics of an institution of higher education.
Yes.
This is heavy. This is not high school where you your parents can be legally held liable for you not going to school and for truancy. This is something that you go to at will. You're not forced. This is not the draft. You see, this is not the draft.
That's right.
And this place. Anyway, so here's the other piece. Since you did mention mom, and I know you popped in late, and of course you're a HBCU queen, so I'm going to give you, you mentioned mom, I'm going to give you a taste of mom.
Standing there letting this happen. Exactly. I hate you.
As an HBCU graduate, I'm disgusted. And one thing I know for certain, if that was my child, there would be somebody else going to the police station because I would be after that woman. How dare you? We go to HBCUs to feel safe, to feel protected. And as a teacher, you call the police because she wouldn't apologize? I suggest you collect all of your belongings and refrain from going to that campus ever again. How dare you? And then try to gaslight the students by saying you're de-escalating. You call the police on a student for yelling. You couldn't just put her out of the classroom, give her an F? You ought to be ashamed to call yourself a teacher.
Sorry, mute. She did put her out of the classroom.
Correct.
She told her to leave. She refused to leave. This is an officer of a state institution. That means that she has the power of trespass authority. She said leave. She refused to leave.
Exactly.
Right. There is no security system like Allied or Securitas or whatever national security companies you know, because this is a state school. So state police sanction the police. There's campus police.
Exactly.
Period. Right. So she didn't go and call the police or skip security or skip whatever. You had an unruly person within that class that literally, as she stated, knowing that she came there with something that was not contiguous or congruent with what the assignment was, even being with 6 other people who was part of that team. She stated, I came through and I didn't say anything. Why? I didn't say nothing because she knew what it was. She knew she was coming with something that was not part. You brought pizza to a fish fry. When the person throwing the fish fry told your ass, and you still came through. And when everybody else that's really ready to do their fish fry and fry their whiting and fry their tilapia and fry all of this stuff, you want to sit there and sprinkle oregano on your damn pizza. And she's telling you no. But you're saying, I'm going to do what I want to do. And then she said
that from the door. She said that before she even got in there. She said, I wasn't going to do the project over. I didn't care that I was going to get a 0. And I was coming to class anyway. Let's start there.
So as far as I'm concerned, if I was that professor, and she's not a teacher, she's a professor. I would have a countersuit on that girl, especially according to what she said. What were her thoughts? It was absolutely premeditated. She came there, like you said, taking pizza to a fish fry, knowing what the rules of engagement really were going to be, what they were supposed to be, and she did not adhere. This is a good case of anarchy at its best. Then get caught and then want to use the race card, and then use the race card. Unacceptable. It's not going to work. If I was that professor, I would have a countersuit on her so tough that she would definitely be expelled from that school. That's just the bottom line for me.
Thank you for that. Exactly. Thank you for that. Because I do want to say this. If this was the military, young lady would have ended up in the brig.
Oh wow,
If this
thank
was the
you.
military,
There you go.
she would have ended
So
up in the brig, right?
what's the brig? What's the brig? Come on,
For the
chef, tell them.
for the folks that don't understand what the brig is, right?
Mm-hmm.
The brig is actually in every military base. There's a brig, and what it is, it's an prison. It's a jail, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's things that you can get away with when you're outside of the military, but according to the UCMJ, which is the Universal Code of Military Justice, which encompasses all of them: Navy, Air Force, Marines, Army, Coast Guard, all of them, military justice, UCMJ.
Mm-hmm.
You can go to jail for cheating on your wife.
There you go.
You understand? So it's a different set of rules. So she would have ended up in jail. But before I play the last clip, I want to pose a question, right? I want to pose a question. And the question is, what happens if we allow the narrative that this young queen, currently princess, let's say, entitled princess, let's say if we allowed the narrative that she's spewing, that it seems that a lot of people, because I couldn't find anybody to agree with what all of you wonderful sisters tonight is agreeing, and I went through almost 50 TikTok and YouTube videos. What does that do to the HBCU culture? What does it do to the next set of Hispanic? And remember her, Mrs. Villa Gomez. You Google her yourself. Hispanic, Asian, white, East Indian, Middle Eastern. If the only litmus test or criteria that we utilize is the color of their skin, how do we progress if we choose to negate the power or the potential power of exposing those people that are awesome at what they do to our children? Andrea said her favorite football player, her favorite quarterback was a black man. But if she had an opportunity for one quarterback, NFL quarterback, to mentor her son as a quarterback, it was going to be a white man. Was it by virtue of his skin color, or was it by virtue of the greatness of what he achieved? So I stated, and I had good old Alexa come and drop something in, where we understand the love and the beauty of the HBCU environment, but we do understand HBCUs started out of the progression. Once we left from slavery in the 1800s, it started as a progression, because if these same people were going to be given the same opportunities at, learn life in the pursuit of happiness, then what we have to do is provide them with the same types of institutions or access to those. But of course, during those times, segregation was at its highest. So they could not sit in the lecture hall at Harvard, Cambridge, and any of these other schools with white people next to them. So the HBCUs were created. And that's why the HBCUs are state schools. It was a federal mandate, and those schools were created. Many of the HBCUs were created, the ones that were created at a much faster pace, showed how progressive and, let's say, racist or segregationist some of those states were, because it was like, oh, hell nah. Yeah, we're going to get these schools set up right away so that they don't have to sit next to my daughter or my son or my grandson, right? This is not to denigrate or take away from HBCUs, but it's to understand how the origins and where we are currently within this dynamic, how it seems to flip itself on its head. Technically, we did not have access to the same professors. We didn't have access to the same professors as Yale, Harvard, Princeton, USC, Johns Hopkins, College of William and Mary, all of these places. We didn't have those access to those same professors. We had access to the best Black professors. This doesn't take away from it. But at this point now, you have people stating, why would, they don't understand why there should be non-Black teachers at an HBCU. What's funny is if the state stated that they were not going to allow any white teachers at HBCUs, I believe some people would say they're cheating us. You can't win. They would say you're cheating us. You don't want us to have the best. You don't want us to have this or that. While we still have some folks that's saying we only want this. So here's what I'm going to do. This is the last clip because this was supposed to be an 1.5-hour show, right? Here's the final clip. I'm going to play this interesting gentleman here. Let's see what he has to say.
This is the second motherfucking time I've seen a teacher at an HBCU disrespect a fucking student. A couple of weeks back, there was that fucking white professor yelling in the fucking face of this Black student like he ain't got no goddamn good fucking sense. Now this shit. First and foremost, if you were in the teaching profession, and you feel like you have to call the motherfucking police towards students, get the fuck out of the teaching profession. Get out. If you cannot handle a classroom and you feel like you have to call the police, especially on a fucking Black student, get the fuck out of teaching. Get out. Don't nobody want you here. Secondly, attention, HBCUs. Y'all need to vet the people y'all are hiring. Y'all really need to vet some of these motherfucking professors y'all got on these school campuses. Like I said, this is the second video like this I've seen where a teacher at an HBCU is losing their motherfucking mind at a college student. We're not talking about high school students. We're not talking about elementary school students. We're not talking about kindergarten students, even though I've seen teachers fucking do the same thing to them. No, we're talking about college. And this is the second fucking time I've seen this shit. That young lady did not fucking deserve that. Because the teacher yelled at her, she yelled back. The teacher calls the fucking police? What kind of shit is this? What kind of motherfucking shit is this? Winston-Salem State University. Y'all need to blow this the fuck up. Y'all need to be on the goddamn phone demanding justice for this young lady. Because that is a load of bullshit. That is a pure, unadulterated load of fucking bullshit. But like I said, this is starting to become the fucking norm. If you can't handle your fucking class, especially a college course, if you can't handle it, get the fuck out. Calling the police on students, where the fuck do they do this shit at? Where they do this at? Now this young lady who says she's a valedictorian has to get let out of her classroom in handcuffs. Like she's a common fucking criminal instead of a fucking college student. This is that bullshit. Winston-Salem State University. Blow this up.
No, this is that bullshit.
Shut up, dude.
This is why.
First of all, wait a minute, Andre, and I'm gonna let you go. Didn't he have fingernail polish on?
Yes, he's super woke. And he's a super woke, and super woke leads to great cuticles.
Black at that.
Ain't had no damn edge control.
But go ahead, just Andre. I got something. I'm just like, dude, like, go ahead, just Andre.
But this is why the girl could do this. She could do this because other people behind her saying this is okay. You didn't do anything wrong. No, at the end of the day, is the teacher asked her to leave the classroom. The teacher asked her to redo the assignment over. This is so what they tell me about her is when she go to a job and her supervisors tell her to do something, she gonna be written up because she gonna be insubordination.
They don't need to vet the professors. They need to start vetting these children, these young adults a little more. Okay, and you're right, sir. This isn't high school or grammar school. This is high school. So we expect this is college. So we expect these young adults to come in here and have a little more self-control. She was irate. Okay. Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. I something that I did hear, but I didn't register it. So she's the valedictorian.
No. She was a valid. She's not even a senior. She was saying I was a valedictorian. So she was a valedictorian because they don't do that. We don't do valedictorian in college. It's cum laude.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. We have valedictorians and salutatorians. We do. I mean, but then there are levels, of course, but we still have valedictorians. We still. Hello.
Well, she didn't do that title no justice that day.
Well,
can
so
hear me?
Okay, there we go.
I'm sorry, I'm having a little data issue. My nephews and nieces came through and they brought all their damn iPads to the spot. So
she's a high school valedictorian, and so she is entitled. She thinks she's all of that. She thinks she's smarter than the average bear, and nobody can tell this little heifer anything. That's the problem. And so when you get to college, let me just say this: when you're in high school work is one thing. When you get to college, it's a totally different level. And if in the event that you have an excellent professor, it is going to challenge you. Actually, to be perfectly honest, my first year, I was on academic probation.
So
I was the salutatorian, not the valedictorian. I was a salutatorian in high school. With things of that nature. And Chef, where Canarsie is, and at that time, it was nothing but Irish and Italian. So, I thought like, well, okay, free, but I got to a black college and I got a 1.9. So I had to step up my game. Because my professors, it wasn't just it wasn't just the work, it was the speed, it was the amount, it was I didn't have my mom, and I didn't have anybody, and my dad, I didn't have any structure. I had to be structure. I had to do my laundry. I was in the band. So I'm doing this, that, and doing everything in the world. I had no balance, no nothing. But when I got it together, when my mother got me together, it was a totally different thing. And she said, you were there. My father said, I'm there, better not get pregnant. But my mother was like, you're there because, and he's a Cancer. Okay. I'm not going to go there. And she was telling me, look, you there to get this degree and you're supposed to get it in 4 years. I'll even give you 5, but you better get it. So it's this mentality. These things nowadays are entitled. They're not even mature. They're not mature. I see that they're young adults, and I think somebody in the chat mentioned that they, by and large, they are supposed to be young adults. These things they're not mature. They act like middle school, high school students. They don't want to be told that they're not, it wasn't right, it wasn't up to par. And you said it a while ago, Chef. HBCUs, in order to compete, it's the work. We we as black colleges, the reason why we were so heavy into, getting and speeding up so quickly, because we did research. We did a lot of things with very little. Why? Because in our culture, black women and black men can do a whole lot with very little. How many mothers would tell you that they can take $10 and make a whole meal last for about 3 days, 3 or 4 days?
And in this generation, it's the polar opposite. We do very little with so much.
And they want to, and then they want a lot. They think that they're supposed to do it without doing anything for it. They don't earn it. Nothing. That word "earn" is not even there. They're given everything. And God knows if they're valedictorian, then they get showered, and it's an unreal. It's this unrealistic. What's the word? There's a word for it that they get in their head and in their mind that nobody should talk to them. They're always right, and this, that, and the other. And this lady was Mexican, I guess Gomez. Also, she was a Spanish culture. And I don't have a problem with black colleges, HBCUs, hiring other people of other cultures. Because a lot of these children don't even see anybody. That's what a university is all about. Is to open you up so you will experience different things from a wide variety of angles. So you might have a math teacher or an English teacher that says you're doing an excellent job, but this teacher, they're going to get on you and say, no, not at all. But nonetheless, she was wrong. The mother they think that they've arrived for some odd reason. And this is the result. They don't want to work. They want to be given everything. It's
Most
disgraceful.
parents just think it's cool to say, my daughter or my son is in college. They don't even have a plan. They don't even know what their children want to be in life. Their children don't even know what they want to be in life. They just want the accolades. They just want the bragging rights to say, my children are in college. That's number one. Most of the parents haven't been to college or even finished school their damn selves to even know what it takes. They have no clue. So a lot of these children, unfortunately, get into these schools wrong, with the wrong mindset.
Wrong mindset, absolutely. She's entitled. That's it. That's it right there. She thinks she's,
Yeah, she's entitled.
I agree.
I'm curious, Chef, what did Roland have to say about this?
So, for the record, I'm glad you stated that. Roland, who's somebody, I was rocking with Roland since 2009. He has ties to the Haitian community as well in terms of his family. I was born in Brooklyn, New York, but both my parents, my mom and dad, were born in Haiti. They came here when they were like middle school and high school age. And, I connected with him. And then once I realized his roots and then a lot of the coverage that he did back when he was still CNN dude, 2010 when the hurricane happened in Haiti, it was, the earthquake. It was one of those things where I was like, okay, I like this guy, and I'm not going to lie. During that time, a lot of my ideology was just predominantly left. I was predominantly to the left at that time, liberal. I was only in Georgia maybe 2 years, living in Georgia, 2 to 3 years. But then I started picking up certain things, and I started really losing my party alliances and understanding things differently, being within a different environment. So there's things that Roland will lean on and things he will talk about that I may not look at him as, oh, that brother, I may be like, man, come on, man, you wrong on this one.
So he drank Kool-Aid on this one.
Oh, there's the video that I showed. It was actually a clip from his channel. So here's what I'm going to do. In order to elucidate this a little more, I want to give you the title of this particular one. HBCU arrested. Here we go. He put that out 9 hours ago, right? 9 hours ago. Let me share this with you really quick before we shut this party down. Here we go. So, can you hear me? You guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Cool. So, we're going to go with the title first. You guys heard me on the show. You seen what I talked about. You understand the depths of what I stated and how I felt. Now, I want you to look at this title and tell me if you would have titled yours that. Because remember, that video that I showed, you see him pop up at some point. I actually clipped from this stream. But him playing everything that we'd seen, including more, because this is a 26-minute and 9-second video. He had quote-unquote experts pop up and all of that. And I watched the whole thing, the whole shit. And it was foolish. It was rife with race baiting. It was rife with hyperbole. It was rife with untrue statements. Fake news. It was wrong. He
became complicit.
He's totally complicit in this fake wokeness.
Correct. Because he got it right with the title, but he let everybody else steer the conversation. So at that point, he became complicit because his job was to tell the truth.
Now I'm gonna push back on you. I'm gonna push back on you a little bit, right?
Okay.
I'm not saying that I disagree with you because the point that you're stating is right, but the only part that I say when you say he got it right with the title, he actually did not get it right with the title. It states,
so she wasn't charged with disorderly.
It says HBCU student arrested for not apologizing to white professor.
Oh no, I'm looking at the title. It says student Leila charged with disorderly conduct.
Oh, you're looking at that's from the video. I'm sorry. Yeah.
No. Okay, I didn't read the rest of that. Okay, I got you. Oh, okay.
So she was charged with disorderly conduct, right? But in terms of the you see the title that he put his video?
Yes. Okay.
So what you see on the screen, charged with disorderly conduct, let's call that an ancillary or complimentary where he added that. So the title of the video that he put HBCU student arrested, that's the suit, right? What you see at the bottom of the video, let's call that the tie or the pocket square. You feel me?
Yeah, he was definitely complicit.
The title is a lie. The title is a damn bold-faced lie. She was not arrested for not apologizing. She was arrested for not leaving when she was supposed to leave, and she was advised to leave. The cop, okay, and she mentioned the white cop, he was actually graceful. He gave her the opportunity to leave under her own control or under their control. The only thing, that's what folks are forgetting. He said, get out. Get out. What is the point of you remaining in a place while you're derailing the situation for everybody else? That teacher, that professor is not just responsible for you and your learning. She's responsible for the learning of all of them. She's responsible for the environment. She's responsible for the environment. So if one of my kids was in that class, I would have been like, hell yeah, get her the hell up out of here. Get her ass out of here. She gotta go. Period.
Exactly.
That valedictorian stuff. There ain't no valedictorian in college. That was high school. You got laude, magna cum laude, summa cum laude. You get what I'm saying? It's different.
Yeah. interesting enough, you did see some of the students looking at her like she was crazy, and none of them really walked out. I think one did. Everybody else stayed. They had a
That
little.
speaks volumes.
Yeah,
You're right.
correct. Correct. Because they knew. Hold up, wait. I'm not walking out with you because I got to answer to my parents, and I really don't know if this is wrong. I got to do my critical thinking here. I'm hoping that's what the rest of them did. You know.
So, and that's where we are. And I always like to send folks out with a question. And it's not a question that you need to answer or pop into my comments. It's just one of those questions that the little homework where I'd like you to ask yourself at some point. I want you guys to tell me, I want you guys to ask yourself at some point, what do you think, how respectful is this to the students that actually would have earned or did earn an A or a perfect score in her class or in this project, because it was Black children. So what does this say about those that were able to succeed within that horrible dynamic of being, taught by a Hispanic teacher? Or what one woman said, non-white person. Another woman said, a cream-skinned person. What do we say to those kids that get the 4.0s and get the great scores being taught and that are able to go and do things positive based on the learning from that individual? They're resilient. And even when things don't necessarily go right, if you will, they were, like BB said, they were able to put on their critical thinking hats. They set their behinds down and they stayed in that class and they did what they were supposed to do. Because interestingly enough, when you are in college, we all know that there's, unless you're on full scholarship, you might be paying something. And folks are not going, I would not want to answer to my parents for the foolala of this chick who probably, it looked like she has entitlement issues, and she's probably that way, arrogant and egotistical throughout the campus. And more than likely, people are probably tired of that little heifer anyway.
Facts.
So I would just say that those young people that stood fast and steady and forthright, they did the right thing. And this is a test of just one little test, because life is going to throw all kind of curveballs. Life is going to do all kind of things, and they're going to be derails in a plethora of places. You got to know when to hold them, know when to fold them, know when to walk away, and know when to run. And that's our generation. You dig what I'm saying? And so that's it. And there's nothing wrong with
your generation, because there got to be some old chick quoting Kenny Rogers, and it ain't about fried chicken.
And Kenny Rogers is a white guy, so
know when to count your money, and know when to count your money too. Okay.
And you got to count your money when you're sitting at the table. There'll be time enough for when the dealing's done. But yeah, and it's okay. We can learn from each other. I don't have a problem with Gomez. I had various professors. I was a political science major. One of my professors was from Saudi Arabia. My other professor was from India. I couldn't understand a doggone thing, but we learned to get it. I had to learn how to talk to them, how to communicate to them, and vice versa. And it was a learning experience.
There is not one African American here that can say every last one of their teachers from kindergarten on up was Black.
Facts.
So why is it such a big deal now?
Right, exactly.
Woke culture. the beauty of this thing, and I really, really sincerely appreciate the participation that you sisters have brought to the table, because, call me jaded, and after doing the digging and trying to find supporting, TikTok, YouTube statements, I was like, damn, man, ain't nobody feeling what I feel. But, having BB with her inaugural visit, BB Nice with her inaugural visit to the page.
Yeah.
TC, HBCU Queen TV, who is our HBCU expert. And then even having Andrea, I know I normally make that joke that she has the feminine defense chip that enables like choo-choo, choo-choo, right? But when I sent it to her, she sent it to me, and I gave my opinion. I asked what it was, and when she said what she felt, I was like, whoa. But I didn't realize that everybody's going to feel the same way. Who knows? Maybe, my vibe attracts my tribe. Who knows? Or maybe, at some point, there's a certain level of mental fortitude that folks who watch this, they can align with. But, without being too corny, my understanding and trust in the understanding of others, is definitely renewed, because I'm sitting here talking about this topic, and I have 3 strong-willed sisters, strong sisters, accomplished sisters here, and y'all agree exactly what the hell I'm talking about. So I'm glad I wasn't just the talking head, but I'm glad that you guys understand it in a way where no matter what it is, when you come across college student, or you have your own college student, or you're mentoring a college student, that you'll be able to help them understand that part of moving through this life, I'm going to use that nasty word that people don't like with an S, and it ain't shit. Submission. Submission is submission is not just, submitting to a man and acquiescing to his will and his whim. Submission is something that we as men do every single damn day. If we have a woman, we know that we need to protect and provide for her. Excuse me. So what do? We do that 9 to 5, or sometimes we do a 9 to 8. Sometimes a 9 to 9, 12 hours a day. So we can bring that back to that person that we love, that family that we want to nourish and build for. We submit to our boss. We can have a boss that's 4 foot tall, who like to scream a lot, who's nasty and disrespectful, and may have racial insensitivities. And we know we could crush him with the left hand, pinky finger and the ring finger, and beat the shit out of him. But we understand the bigger picture, and we submit. We submit. When the wifey's not home and we're going home, and we get pulled over, and we know we want to make it home to our family who needs us. Even when some cops are wrong, we submit. We don't do like the order the YouTube videos. No, I don't answer questions. No, fuck you. No, we don't answer questions. No, no, Fourth Amendment right. Many of us don't go through all that you see on those videos. Many of us will say, here you go, officer, while our hands are on 10 and 2 or like this. Right. But it's a choice. It's a choice. If we see something that we want, we are going to submit to the will of that. If I want to be a great NFL quarterback, then I know I got to take shit from a college coach, high school coach, NFL coach, and I'm a grown-ass man.
Right.
Submission is something that we choose. We choose to submit. Okay? So when we say submission, we choose it. We see this is what I want, and we know we have to go through this gauntlet to get it and maintain it. So submission is a choice. So I hate the fact that people use submission as a dirty word. Submission is a choice. You submit. You bow down because you know there's a reason. If it's not submission, you know what that's called? If it ain't submission, it's conquest. That you're being conquered. Submission allows you an opportunity to choose the shit that you got to smell. You got a choice of smelling bird shit. You know, bird shit don't got to smell and land on your car in the morning. Or you got a choice of smelling elephant shit. If any of y'all been to the circus, you know what the hell I'm talking about. Right. You know the difference between elephant shit and dog shit. Okay? When we choose the gauntlets that we submit ourselves to, we choose to submit. But we also have to understand when submission is necessary for our goal. Making them think, yeah, you got it, man. Yeah, you got it. In the back of our mind, we know what it is. I remember Smokey. Yeah. You know, I'll be quiet when Debo around, but when you walk away, I'll be talking shit again. Submission is the other S word.
Right.
Submission is accepted for survival. Or the other S that many of us tend to miss, or success.
Facts.
So make your goddamn choice. And think about what you're teaching your kids, ma.
Right.
If I know I'm a certain way and I know the chef got certain shit about him, I'm going to teach my son to give him the spirit of chef, but I'm also going to make sure I recognize my mistakes, my iniquities, my fallibilities, and those things, the shit with chef, to make sure I don't pass that on to him. So that's the parents, yo. This really, 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 in the end, this is not just to the community. This is to the parents. Please understand what we're doing. Please understand that we can't allow the issues that we face as children to negatively encompass our current children because they live within a different dynamic. We are not victims. We are not victims. We are soldiers.
There you go.
And in order for us to move forward, we can't look at the negative things that have taken place to weaken us or cause us to be handicapped. We have to look at them as the weights that we lift. The more weight that's put upon you is the more muscle that you build.
There you go.
Do not let our past precede us. We went through it, so you don't have to. We lay it out so you can play it out. In order to lead, you must first learn to follow.
Listen.
Apologies.
We could do this all night, but I ain't gonna lie, man. You guys made a fire. I just came on to just scream and rant, be the angry black man for the night. I had the demon juice. Demon juice is done. All right. And for the record, 100 proof vodka with a slice of lime in there. But look.
Listen, before we go, I'm gonna take you out with a song, okay?
Oh, that's what I was gonna do. Wait. First of all, you volunteered. I was kidnapping your ass for this. But listen,
right.
What I'm going to do, and I appreciate you for volunteering, so I know you got more for us. I want you guys to understand who we have in here. If you don't understand, you will in a moment, but I'm going to give you the stage, BB. BB nice, y'all. All right, go ahead, man.
Experience is a good teacher. It takes someone like me to know. And all the little games people tend to play, some call it love. It never has a chance to grow. You deserve something better.
Just be patient, true love you'll find. I finally found someone who became my friend, and in a matter of time, real love stepped in. Ooh, the closing of my door, I had to tear it down. A new world of happiness turned me completely around. I'm in love under new management. I'm in love under new management. Okay.
Woo! Go, BB! Yes!
Y'all don't.
Mike's grandson just loved it. He just listening.
Wait, who's just listening? Oh, you talking about Kenneth?
Yeah, he just lay here listening to her. Oh my God, that was so beautiful.
I know that's right.
That was dope.
That's right.
That was dope. So if y'all don't know about love under new management, then y'all too young to understand about a wonderful sister named Mickey Howard.
You better,
okay.
You better say it. Okay.
Come on, BB. Look, I'm 50 years old, BB. So I understand.
I'm 2 years behind you. About to be
Yeah.
2 in January.
Hey.
Yeah, my birthday's in January too, baby. Okay.
Yes, yes.
Cappy in his house. Cappy.
Yes.
Yeah. But listen, once again, what I'm going to do, we just heard some wonderful vocals from BB. So what I'm going to do is go counterclockwise, and I'm going to give you the full screen, BB, because you definitely added to the conversation, as well as soften the blow at the end. You know what I mean? She's in love under new management, which means that she understands that the love that she has, even in sharing a deep amount of love that she spoke to, she understands that there's management. So you know what I mean? To tie back into the show, we all have to acquiesce to that sometimes. It is what it is. So
It
thank
was
you.
a pleasure, Chef. It was a pleasure actually being on your panel and just having a deeper conversation with people with sense. I love that. And we don't have to agree on everything, but as long as we can communicate effectively, it makes a difference. And we are the voice. We are the matriarchs. We are the elders of this generation. And again, I need us to break this generational dysfunction in our community. That's it.
You saying? What you mean? That's it? You dropping a mic like that? You like that's it? Shit, that's everything. That's everything, yo. But I'm gonna bring you down to the back chat. But I sincerely appreciate you for dropping through and being. I'm gonna call you the Easter egg because you were a blessing that came through to this particular stream that I did not expect or plan for. So I appreciate that energy you brought to this. I appreciate you bringing something to this college lecture class that did not derail the conversation and added something and created a higher degree of learning for the folks that's watching this. So thank you so much. All right.
No problem. I'll be in the chat.
Come on, Ma. You always got a mic over here, family.
No problem. No problem.
Peace. TC HBCU Queen TV. I did not feel that my thoughts were going to be fully rubber stamped. I thought I might have ended up having to do a whole nother stream to argue with your ass. I didn't know if you were gonna agree with me because how deep you are rooted in the culture and how much of HBCU culture has cultured and shaped your trajectory. You follow? So man, I appreciate you coming through. I know we had a couple of streams where we went ham, right? Where we was going at each other's necks, but this, the man upstairs, the great executive producer in the sky, he puts people in front of us for a reason. Sometimes
And
the blessing is understanding what his reason is and not what our reason is. You feel me? So talk to
yes,
it. I'm gonna give you the full screen, even on your
I'm,
avatar. Let's go.
I'm an avatar, right?
Tell
Listen,
him,
thank
tell him
you.
what makes you special, unique universe, or soul in this universe, and what you have to say on this issue.
Okay. What makes me special in this universe is that I don't want to be. I don't want to be liked. I want to be right, and I want to make sure that regardless of color, whatever schools we go to, if we went to them, if we didn't, that we as well, content creators, subscribers, moderators, those of us that are here, that are influencers, that we take this position serious. So I take this serious, and when I see my HBCUs, I definitely deeply look at the situation, and I get critical. And if it's something that I agree with, I go 100%. If it's something I don't, I go 100% unapologetically. So even to my colleagues who are HBCU grads who might be seeing this in the replay game, it is what it is, and we have to do much better. We must do better with the parents. We must do better with our children, and these entitled attitudes and behavior have got to stop and must be obliterated, because in 2023, BB Nice saying love under new management, we all better be under our own self love. Number one, picking up our broken pieces, the brokenness that a lot of folks continue to live under as though it's normal. Love under new management. That was just so apropos. Self love, and that's what it's all about. I love you, Chef, and yes, we have gone at it, and no way, no how am I going to be, upset. We disagree, and we're gonna keep it moving because we are needed. You're needed. I'm needed, and I need you. I love my Just Andrea. She knows Just Andrea. She'll keep us. She keeps everybody connected. She said, "Okay, get over here. This conversation. This is yours later for all of that." And she keeps it 100. And I love her for that. And no better surprise than to have BB up here, because BB is absolutely all that. Your chat is amazing, Chef. And so to the chat, kudos and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And I love you back, sis. And yeah, we do have an amazing chat. So I appreciate you. And I'm going to bring you down. Oops. Wait a minute. I got me on solo. Hold on 1 second. Hey, there we go.
What's up, Chef? This was a great show. You did it justice. You did it right. It was a great conversation, and it was much needed conversations, because until our children stop trying to be entitlement and always using the race card to get out of bullshit when they do bullshit, and always thinking that that's going to save them, we're going to have to put a spotlight on them. And that goes back to that home training and the parents. Because to me, this is a parent problem, because she's been getting away with it so many times. That's why she's doing it in college.
You cooked, yo. Andrea cooked. So, and then you laid your piece out, but I want you to let these people know what makes you a special, unique soul within this universe.
What makes me a special, unique soul? You know what? I'm just trying to give my friends, my family, my YouTube family a little piece of Andrea, the good, the bad, and the difference. And hopefully that is my legacy, that I showed you guys who I was and who I really believe in and what I believe in. And if I can do that, that is perfect for me. And since I don't know that song called Love Under a Management, I'm gonna go listen to it, because I think that is gonna be my new theme song this coming up my birthday. Okay.
Yo,
Thank
that's
you,
what's
BB.
funny is it does fit. It does in terms of everything that I know of you and the conversations we've had, and the motivations that you've had in order to move in terms of moving forward. Love Under New Management by Mickey Howard. Check it out. That was one of my favorite songs still, you know. It's a dope song.
And you guys go check out Baby Nice. She gives affirmation in the morning, and the girl can sing too. But one morning I was listening to her sing on her replay. I was listening to her sing "As We Lay," and you know I never thought about the song about somebody cheating. I just loved the song. But my girlfriend said, you know that person is cheating on the person. But BB Nice sung it, and honey, she sung it in acapella. She sung it so good. But that's the sister.
Man, she sang that song crazy.
Yeah, that's sister need a record deal. Okay, chef, you need a record deal because that sister can sing. Okay, she can sing. Take you to church. Okay,
So you know what?
Please go subscribe to her channel.
Please do. I put her channel in the chat. I definitely put in there. I'll bring it up on the screen again, you know. But thank you, Andrea, for being part of the channel. Thank you for creating the environment where I was able to go to another place over at Pandy Spot and get to meet BB Nice. All right.
Yeah, shout out to Candy. She keeping everybody connected.
And then of course we got Boss Life too. You know what I mean? And of course, Candidly V. Look, I was thinking Candidly V was gonna pop in here, but don't worry, me and my British sister, she done with her Dubai stuff. We gonna get her up here. Don't worry. So here's what we're gonna do. Let me see what we have. TC said, "Hey, Chef and Andrea, I loved Vince Irvin, the quarterback. I would want Roger Staubach to teach my son. I would want Dion to mentor any of my children." There you go. So yeah, while you here, listen, Andrea, I want to read this because you talked about it. So let me just read this thing real quick.
Okay.
Experience is a good teacher. It takes someone like me to know. All the little games people tend to play, some call it love, but it really never has a chance to grow. You deserve something better. I keep telling myself, just be patient, true love you'll find. I finally loved someone who became my friend. And in a matter of time, real love stepped in. The closed sign on your door, I had to tear it down. A new world of happiness turned me completely around. I'm in love under new management. There's nothing like someone who can take care of business. You know, we treat each other so well. And back together came off a little easy. It's time to celebrate. You see, I never thought you could. The closed sign on my door, to tear it down. A new world of happiness turned me completely around. Those are lyrics from the song by Mickey Howard called Love Under New Management.
Yeah.
At some point, we have to understand the way that we love. But if we understand anger and hatred, the hatred that you're able to develop for a person tends to be based on the depths of love you may have for that person. That's why the people that you truly hate, at some point, they may have loved you, you may have loved them, or they may have had a great potential for love with you. So since hatred can be based in, the wallet or vault of love, having love under new management, it teaches us about understanding ourselves and what we do within dynamics with others. That's my take on it. So at some point, if we feel that we're hurt by people that we love, or we're hurt by other people that we think we don't love, at some point, we have to understand that it may be a time for us to choose to put our personal love, our heart, the things that make us move in a certain way, make us acquiesce, submit, fight, kill, all of these things, that we get to choose what type of management the love or hatred that we have is under. So
that is beautiful. That has made me cry. I appreciate BB Nice because I guess that's what I needed tonight.
And we did get somebody popped in late. Peace, 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 Big Kelly. I see you, Green Vegan. Thank you. And yeah, like BB Nice said, give love a chance. But it's not just about giving love a chance. It's loving yourself enough to give you a goddamn chance to be able to love, receive, and absorb that love. And that's all that I got for you. So I just want to say this. Normally, you know, I want to say this: when we send you out here out of Club Chef Chapino, we don't just make you walk out of the club with nothing. We send you out on a magic carpet with a big ass V in the middle of it. Andrea Lynch, I sincerely need you to tell these people what that V in the middle of that magic carpet, what does that V stand for, my sister?
Vibing. But before you play that,
you messed up my damn mic drop. God damn it. Hold on. Let's rewind. I got to do the show all over again.
Before you play that, what makes you a unique soul, Chef Chapino? What makes you a unique soul?
I talk shit, I eat shit, I ain't shit. That's all. I ain't come here to be lovey-dovey. Y'all made me lovey-dovey. I came in here to rant. But nah, real talk. I don't know, man. I myself, it's I'm still trying to figure out my purpose.
Yeah.
You know, there was a thing that I was called a lot of times by people who knew my family, and they said, je suis les enfants de la promesse. So I just gave you French. What that says is, I am a child of promise. I didn't like that title, but there was people that were strangers, Haitian strangers that knew my parents, and they're like, oh yeah, tu es les enfants de la promesse. I didn't understand what it meant. One of my friends who was Haitian, who happened to be a numerologist, into numerology, was like, nah, bro, I know what they're talking about. I'll be around you. You are indigo. I didn't know what that meant. I don't know what I'm here for. But the thing is, you know, you see me still with fitted caps and shoes and, you know, all different kind of things. I feel immature for a 50-year-old man. I don't know what I'm here for, but, you know, my deity, the great executive producer in the sky, got a plan for me, and I'm gonna rock with him because he took care of me thus far. So what makes me a special, unique soul within this universe, Andrea? I'm still trying to figure that shit out, my sister. So when I figure it out, I'll know. Who knows? It may be y'all to figure it out when my casket dips. You feel me? But I'm here for the adventure. I move with love. Sometimes I may get stressed out or get angry, but you understand that there's always love and respect in the place. So bear with me, y'all. This is a growth project. I'm still growing, and I'm here for you. So, Andrea.
Yes.
We don't send these folks out on their feet. We send them out on a magic carpet with a big ass V in the middle of it. Please tell these folks what that V means.
It's being vibing. We're vibing. We're vibing out.
Vibing how?
Out the club.
Vibing how? We're vibing what? Vibing what?
all night long.
Thank you. All right. I was about to make that grandson in your lap pee on you behind that, and you ain't do it right. Get it, Joaquin. Nah, yo. Peace, love, and light. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
This was supposed to be a rant, but it turned into love. We out. Let's vibe.
Club phone jump, it's the weekend. Dream come true with the freak friends. Hitting on doors, that's a defense. Rolling with all, that's that offense. Hit me, change you, let me peach in. With a bull shaking to my maybe drop pins. Today on buy, and I say, today on buy, you the kid play, baby, tell me what you want. Julian, I know you need fun. Ever since remember we been knocking at the door. Y'all be moving paper, we be running up the school. Y'all before that pillar, we was sleeping on the floor. West side Africa, you know the shit ain't cool. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Pop it, baby. Come roll with me. All night long. As times relax, my mind's relaxed. I got now from who got next. Here's my number, just send a text. You got a man and she responds, nah. Okay, show enough. I'ma let you go, don't wanna hold you up. I'ma call your phone when I put it up. Whoever let you go must be them as far. Wait far. Girl, you so fine, I pay for. Fly you first class to the lake bar. Body so blessed, I pray for. Body so blessed, I pray for. Because I don't care what you say. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Driving all night long. Why they gonna kill it? Night long. This the part where you get your girl, nigga. Make sure she focused, nigga. Make sure you focus, nigga. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, hit it. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Driving all night long. I don't care what they say. That's a hit for your ass, nigga. Hit for your ass, nigga. Prophet the One. Follow me on all Instagram sites. PROPHETTHE.
Vibing all night long. You know what you get when you come here. So when you know the shop is open, come through. Peace, love, and light. Chef out.